Веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с фанта. Перекуси с фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан – приложение для тебя, возможности для тебя.
The Kensington Kazakh Agritechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agroparitech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Azerbaijan University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship academic mobility and double-degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Azerbaijan University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Azerbaijan University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Azerbaijan University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жасады, үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер, қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айналама. Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм и с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан – приложение для тебя, возможности для тебя.
The Kensington Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Wesowski University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Wesowski University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the Laboratory of Robotics and Mechatronics at the Laboratory of Mathematical and 3D Modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Wesowski University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. A Wesowski university that has united history and modernity today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айналама. Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
The Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Wesowski University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Wesowski University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Wesowski University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Wesowski University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілемі жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табыла ма? Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айнала ма? Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой
Дорогие
вероятностью
друзья,
его
просим занять ваши
станет
места.
крылатой фразой?
Фестиваль начнется через 3 минуты. Благодарю.
Вот здесь должны звучать аплодисменты.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a round of applause right now. Yeah, really big one. Yes, you've just applauded to us. How about giving yourself a round of applause? How does it feel? Welcome, welcome to yet another Nobel Fest. Day 2, declared open. Give yourself a big hand, give ourselves a big hand. So my name is Kamil Galiev. I'm a TV host, journalist, and lots of other things, jack of all trades. And I welcome you here at the centerfold of knowledge and global discourse. And an incredible applause. Again, amazing. You guys are generous. Give yourself a big hand. Give us a big hand. Thank you. Welcome.
Да, добро пожаловать. Сегодня у нас
Welcome to Nobel Fest. This is day 2 of Nobel Fest number 5. The largest global feast of technology, science, and knowledge. My beautiful sidekick that you've known since yesterday. So she's wearing this beautiful sky blue dress. Well, yeah, thank you, Kamil. I'm happy to not be alone. Hello, everyone, and welcome, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Nobel Fest. Well, we're in for even more amazing day. So, seems like day 1 was amazing. This one is even more so. And yes, round of applause, man. Come on. I mean, I'm a TV host. What is the role of the host? Yeah, what's the role of the MC? Yeah, so let's play the game. Let's do it together, okay? You should feel when you need to applause. Okay, give yourself a big hand, and the camera will show you, like zoom in, close up, and your face will become known to everyone in Kazakhstan and beyond. So give yourself a big hand. Don't be shy. So it's good to be here. It's good to be here in this amazing, beautiful place. A very hearty, very warm place that is like a magnet attracting knowledge. And this big event, big international event, as you know very, very well, it's dedicated to something very, very important today. We are talking, of course, peace in our time. We're talking about the economy. We're talking about artificial intelligence. We're talking about robotics. We're talking about green technologies. And, of course, we're talking about ecology, environment, and lots of other things beyond that. Now, joining us here was supposed to be a human rights activist, an Arab Iron Lady, Nobel Prize winner for Peace, Tabakul Karman, but unfortunately, because she's so busy, she just couldn't be here today. Unfortunately, she couldn't come. She said she could come, but she couldn't come. Unfortunately, she brings her apologies, of course, but despite that, hopefully, of course, we will definitely see her online. She couldn't be here personally, but she will be here online. So join us later. And at 6 p.m., by the way, we're going to have a lottery. We're going to have a giveaway of incredible merchandise. So please stay with us for that amazing giveaway. Yeah, you need to stay here to get the prize. Well, that sounds exciting, right? So we're looking forward to the first speaker. And before we do that, let me also announce that starting on October 31st and all the way to November 4th, you're going to have an amazing week of Nobel Prize winners lectures where Nobel laureates will be giving a series of lectures to discuss all the important topics. See, somehow they don't give you a round of applause, but they give me a round of applause. So what's going on here? So I'm sorry being a terrorist here for such a, cheering groupie, but anyways, I mean, like a cold day outside, but warm day inside. So please don't be shy and be generous with your hands. So give us a big shout out. So anyways, myself and Angela are hosting this big live international broadcast. And as you know, we have a live audience. You have headset. You can enjoy it in Russian, English, and Kazakh language. We're talking about 3 different languages. So we're broadcasting it live in different languages. And now is the time. Yeah, now we finally can do it. So we would like to welcome to the stage our most amazing, for me, and for Angela. Guest, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to have here on the stage Arsen Tomsky. Arsen, come right up. So, CEO of inDrive. By the way, he's all the way from California. Good for him. Hello, Arsen. Welcome. Floor is yours. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. And thank you very much for this honor to be here and to present to such an incredible audience. So many amazing speakers, and to be one of them is pretty incredible. So I'm the CEO and the founder of inDrive. So I have a special presentation for you. So, well, first of all, I might be using a certain sort of a lingo because, well, you know, I have a bit of a lip problem. So, you know, I'm speaking a bit of a robotic language, but, you know, unfortunately I have a condition, so I have to make use of what I have left as far as my condition. So, basically, I'm from Irkutsk, which is the coldest city on the planet. So that's where I originally was born. So, I mean, we have minus 55 degrees and even below that, which is quite cold, to be honest with you. And that's where I started 9 years ago. This is where we created a world-class company. Who could have known? And we currently operate worldwide. inDrive is, by the way, we are a unicorn. And I dare say we have an amazing, distinguished story to tell. And hopefully, of course, this will continue for years to come. So it was difficult to do it out of Irkutsk, which is definitely not Silicon Valley. That's putting it mildly. But we did it, and let me share my experience of what we did and how it came true and how this was possible in the first place. Also, let me also tell you that for myself and for me, Kazakhstan is a very unique place, very important place, very valuable place. We came to Kazakhstan a long time ago, and we still remain number one in Kazakhstan in terms of installations. We're number one in Kazakhstan. And I always felt like I'm in a very, I feel like home there, because people look at me and say, "Oh, you're local one, right? You look like Kazakh." No, I'm not. I'm not Kazakh. I'm born in Russia, in Irkutsk, but I look like one of you guys. Yeah, I look local. So, and I understand Kazakh language. I understand Turkish languages. And anyways, so let's begin without further ado. And let me start by saying that today, as you see, the world is going through a lot. And as we speak, the world is changing, and you can see that it's happening very, very quickly. And we haven't seen this kind of change for at least 40 years. At least 40 years, even more so. It's quite unprecedented. And for the young people, I mean, they've never seen it in their life. So, it's a threat and an opportunity at the same time, as you know, because every threat is an opportunity and an opportunity is a threat. So it depends on how you see it. So how do you take advantage? How do you act? So how do you make all the right choices? For that, let's scale back, and look at it from a global perspective. So, and as you can read it in my book, I believe that the world, it's like a giant experiment. I mean, who's in charge of this experiment? It's been running for millennia, but I see it as an experiment. It's a bit of it's like a chess game of chess. Whoever came up with it is pretty smart. Whether it's God, whether it's universe, whether it's superpower, whatever it is, but, you know, all big religions talk about God, but whoever created is a watcher, is a beholder. He doesn't intervene too much, but he's definitely watching whoever is in charge of this quote-unquote game. Because otherwise, how do you justify wars? How do you justify death? How do you justify terrible things that are happening sometimes where people that are innocent suffer like children, for example, or newborn babies, or for example, where darkness and dishonesty flourishes. And why is it happening? Who allows for that? What is this evil, quote-unquote, experiment? We don't know who's in charge, but we definitely see there are certain fundamentals. You definitely see that someone is in charge. Someone installed the rules of the game that you can clearly see. So cut and dry, so to say. So I believe that the next thing that we need to think about is we need to grow, we need to develop, because everything's changing. So, I mean, things that were simple, now complex, less developed to more developed, but you can definitely see that system generally becomes more complex. And if you look at the cosmic energy shaped into this planet called Earth, very, very complex. Simple creatures left the sea and became very complex. Mammal creatures that contain trillions of cells and whatnot. Primitive tribes have spread apart, and now they form civilizations. I mean, look at your life, for example. You went from analog to digital, from Nokia phones to iPhones, and that's quite a difference. And black and white TV to AR and VR and other amazing things, from some basic gene therapy to state-of-the-art genomics and gene editing. Now, I believe that the world is moving towards a more fair, more just setup, if you will. I mean, there was a time where some people were born into kingdom, others were born into slavery, but not anymore. I believe that we're no longer going to have slaves. We're no longer going to have kings and queens and royalties and dignitaries and all these separations by birth. The right to take someone's life, the right to impose your will on someone who's weaker is no longer valid, because every person has the right to life, to choice, and most constitutions around the world have stipulated that. The right to health, the right to providing basic level of income, basic level of education, basic level of healthcare. Something that we never had. And technology, of course. Technology is in the forefront, finally is in the forefront, and is definitely playing a big, big role in the development of human civilization. So, and the technology is everywhere. So anywhere you look, the technology is everywhere. So if you look at 8 out of top 10 most valuable companies that are all technology-based, back in 1990, only 1 out of 10 represented IT. Now it's almost 100%. In several years, you'll see that the world will change so much that it's going to be based on the fact that most work will be done by robots. A lot of basic repetitive skills will be done by robots and AI, including mass production as well as processing, including deep recycling. Civilization will become much more civilized. First, in developed countries, and then around the world, you will see the so-called universal income, basic universal income, which is sufficient to live a decent life. And people will focus on more emphatic or more creative types of activities, because I believe that that's what makes us different from robots and AI. So, I mean, creativity is embedded in human nature, unlike robots that need patterns and repetitive elements to function. So, in my company, we decided to bet on all these 3 powerful trends. And this is the source of our power. This is the source of our energy. And we represent a technology company which is seen unprecedented scale, and it can be a small team, but it can scale up into a global solution. You don't need to be a big company to service millions of people around the world. So this intuitive understanding of how the world is set up, of how the world runs, is what actually helped us to do so much with so little. And that's how we could create a global company out of a very small and cold place in Siberia. And that's quite remarkable. So now we have everything it takes to turn the page and to create not just a global company, but a great company. A great company that will be around for at least 100 years. And I believe that in not so distant future, let's say by 2030, we would like to have at least 1 billion people covered with a positive influence. So that's a very ambitious goal, and it's a very inspiring goal. And that's what we're going to do. And that's exactly what inspires us and pushes us forward. And I call upon you to actually use these powerful trends, this gigantic tsunami, this tidal wave of universe, to continuously upgrade yourself so that you can be always in top shape and you can always meet whatever challenge comes your way. So you can fight inequality using new technology and succeed. Do not fall prey to short success, to immediate success by sacrificing long-term values. Don't just be a consumer. Yes, there's nothing wrong with consumerism per se, but don't just be that, because it has multiple side effects, and you know it, where greed undermines people and they become animals. This is absurd. Think about it. If you have this or that and you feel happy instead of a relationship, how come that you're chasing things, collecting watches and whatever? So why is it that you put your happiness in having a luxury car or a luxury bag? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So, because these things will fall apart. A luxury car will fall apart, a bag will fall apart, a watch will fall apart. So don't fall for that. Seek higher. Also stay out of basic nationalism, crude nationalism, which unfortunately becomes stronger even in the most progressive societies. You need to respect your culture, your language, your tradition, and you need to develop and support your motherland. But at the same time, you need to understand that the world is interconnected. Don't forget that you cannot just be self-contained. Even at the level of DNA, your genetics is improving and evolving based on multiple influences, so you can't be self-contained. So you need to come together based on values and ideas, not based on just the bloodline and genetics. You need to create multiple connections, regardless of the color, of faith. So, and it comes down to unity. Whatever the race, whatever the color, people have equal rights to freedom and happiness. And that's exactly what I believe is so important. So, like I said, to be a real human person, to have strong human capital, you need to pursue meritocracy, the so-called social lift, not nationalism. So, seek true meritocracy, which is a process that selects the best of the best, which is the most organic, natural evolution process. So, basic consumerism and this tribal nationalism have led us to something like war, hate, and these are all the echoes of this old system. I truly believe that modern education will save the world. So many parts of the world are disconnected from it. I mean, go online. You can get any information online. It's not really about literacy. It's not really about creating pawns for industrial society, for people that's going to work at a plant. So 21st century is about soft skill education. It's about critical thinking. It's about things that help you pivot and evolve. It's about things that help you boost your creativity and develop your human values. So, and that's why I'm going to open my academy. This academy will be offering free courses, especially to people from, poor classes, poor societies. Like I said, the idea is to help multiple countries, including Kazakhstan. You know that we have an academy in Kazakhstan, and we provide courses to orphans, children with single mothers, and hoping that these kids will join our ranks and will grow up to be amazing human beings. So that's what I'm thinking, and that's what I hope that will happen. So we're very, very active when it comes to charity, very, very active when it comes to education and disseminating knowledge. So I honestly believe that all people who have knowledge need to be able to share the knowledge, especially when it comes to developing countries. So otherwise, we let the story continue and repeat itself, because you know that knowledge and the lack of it can be used for power grab, colonization, things like that. We've seen those empires that have colonized the developing world. So we don't want that to happen again. So develop yourself, develop people around you, develop your communities, and share your skills, share your knowledge, create the world of inclusive meritocracy. That's the kind of world we need. Create the society of state-of-the-art technology that shielded from old, obsolete systems. So may the force be with you and all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And whatever questions you have, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
У Арсена сейчас в Калифорнии, в Силикон-долине.
By the way, Arsen is in California. That's 1 a.m. in the morning, but he looks so fresh. So, and thank you for still being awake at 1 a.m. in the morning. Because we're doing this live, we can ask questions. And before we do that, let me point out the fact that we actually are going to have an amazing giveaway. So it's a book with an autograph of Arsen Tomsky. Yeah, we have several copies for our viewers, and if you're active throughout the show, and I myself will join the giveaway if Arsen, of course, allows for that. So you definitely get one of the book, and because I'm the host, let me ask the first question. So Arsen, here's the question. So, I mean, you're talking about fighting inequality, your Nobel Prize, this and that. So Nobel Fest fights inequality. So, I mean, we're pretty much on the same page. Can we somehow join forces? Can we join forces in this fight against inequality? Of course, I think that's what we're doing, by the way. I mean, the fact that we're doing, I think this is exactly what's going on here. And I'm sure that I can be part of your supervisory board, and we can do amazing things together. I'm sure of that. So I'm all for it. Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I'm sure there's going to be an amazing partnership. Okay, and we can ask questions, of course. We can actually ask questions to you as well. Yeah, so I mean, if you guys have questions, please go ahead. We're very, very grateful, and Arsen will be also happy to take questions. So anyone, grab a mic and take a question, please. But please don't ask for discounts, okay? Because I tried it, doesn't work. So ask honest questions. Anyone? Okay, here's my question. So when humankind discovered gold, then discovered coal, they called it the black gold, then they discovered gas and oil, they called it the black gold, and then in 2009, as you know, human resources started to be called new gold. So we're now live in time that sort of like same as gold many centuries ago. So what would you call that exactly? Well, it's a very good analogy. I think it's a very good analogy, but I remain that the human creativity, human capital remains the gold. Technology is an add-on that comes and goes, but so the if it's an end-all be-all, it comes down to human capital, because that's what it's all about. So that's why it's important to provide equal access to technology for everyone. So that's why it is so important. So it comes down to that. And here, of course, I mean, let's have a look at countries like the United States, for example. You know, I'm right now in the United States. Why? Because they've managed to create a system that actually works, a system that actually inspires people like me and beacons people like me. And that's why I live in the United States, in Silicon Valley. And in Russia, unfortunately, people like me are not welcomed, unfortunately. And that's why there's been so much brain drain out of Russia. And hopefully, of course, this will change, but who knows? That's why you can only succeed. Look at the United States. You can only succeed if you have inclusivity. Otherwise, it's never going to work. This is where you need to start. This is the end-all be-all. Honestly, and especially if you're very advanced and gifted in technology, and inclusivity is a must-have. Okay, give Arsen a big shout out. So Arsen, hopefully you can hear it. Yeah, I can hear it. So, are there any other questions? Sure, go ahead. Grab a mic. Hello. Thank you for these kind words. Thank you for your message. I completely agree with you. Completely agree with what's happening in the world right now. So thank you for that. And my question to you is, now with the onset of IT technologies, and with more and more inclusivity and this idea of a human factor, so what do you think is going to happen to classic universities, traditional universities, incumbent universities? So how long will they survive, and what kind of shape will they take in the future? I know it's a rhetorical question, but still. Yes, and it's actually been going on, I mean, for at least 10 years. Because, you know, knowledge is available right now, right? Go on YouTube, Google it. It's everywhere, so it's not a problem at all. So, and it doesn't make much sense, honestly, to, you know, necessarily pass knowledge that is fixed in time. I mean, because knowledge gets old, and it's becoming exponentially old. So, and that's why I believe you need to move the whole situation to having a more sort of fluent, liquid form of education, rather than the traditional university-based. So the reason I'm launching my academy, again, this is a non-for-profit university. So again, it's going to be an experimental campus, and I want to launch it in Almaty. I think that's going to be pretty amazing. And I will make sure that, I mean, the way I dream about it, the way I see it, the way I visualize it, that's the way it's going to be. And I'm sure this is going to be quite unique. And actually, we are already developing a prototype. For example, we're launching, as we speak, 8 university laboratories in Kazakhstan, in Almaty, and so you can work in those laboratories on important things. For example, how to improve, for example, public transport, because, you know, Almaty has terrible public transport, or how to fight quality of air. For example, you know, they have terrible air in Almaty because of smog, because of all the exhausts from cars. Things like that. So you can model multiple things in these laboratories, and that's what I'm creating right now in Kazakhstan. So, and young people love it because they see that it's valuable, and they see that they can do something meaningful, and they grow, and they master important skills. And I think that's what's most important. and I'm sure that they will become incredible professionals. So we're hitting two birds with one stone here. So they become incredible professionals, number one, and on the other hand, we give them an amazing potential. So these young people will be needed people, needed professionals, and they can have a positive impact on the world. That's what it's all about. So, and that's my approach. That's what I want to do. Honestly, when it comes to education, that's what I want to do. So, and I would like to build these campuses around the world, not just in Kazakhstan. Thank you, Arsen. Great news, good news for Kazakhstan. Of course, we're looking forward to seeing the fruits of that. And don't forget that, guys, Arsen, we can talk for hours and hours and hours. So, but it's like what? It's you should be sleeping right now, right? So, I mean, just out of respect for the sleep patterns, for circadian rhythms, let's say goodbye to the founder of inDrive from California all the way. Thank you, Arsen. Yes, thank you too. Bye-bye.
We are very honored, glad and happy to invite our next speaker, Dr. Kwon Chung, Nobel Peace Prize laureate of 2007, board director of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation. This Nobel Fest wouldn't take place without Dr. Chung. And the topic of the speech will be a dawn or a sunset of humanity. The floor is yours, Dr. Chung. Thank you for joining this 5th Nobel Fest.
Давайте встретим, леди и джентльмены, нашего уважаемого гостя. Вот он идет по коридору, всем машет рукой. Не забывайте показывать свое, помимо интереса.
Yeah, let's show some hospitality. He's all the way here, all the way to share some amazing news.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Nice to meet you. You are the future of Kazakhstan and also some other viewers from around the world. The topic I want to talk about this afternoon is climate change. I've been working on climate change since '91, and as you know, the message from IPCC and the scientists around the world is not very pleasant. You already read a lot about it, so I don't want to emphasize about it. And what I want to emphasize is what can be done about it. What can we do about it? The solution. What is the solution for about it? Then my suggestion is, in order to provide a solution for climate crisis, then we have to understand what is the fundamental root cause of climate crisis. What is triggering climate crisis? There will be many answers for that, but my answer is, it is coming from conventional economic system based on free market economic system, which means free market is treating air, water, climate, environment, ecology, and our planet as free goods, free goods. But air, water, climate, are they really free goods? They are no longer free goods. We are paying money to buy drinking water, right? And air, we have to pay for it. Since we don't pay for it, then the air quality goes down, right? So the current market price free market system has been brilliant in increasing the GDP, and you are enjoying the material affluence. But at the same time, there's a downside. So while you are the young generation, and you have a long way to live, and then, unfortunately, the material affluence came with some kind of price tag, and you should be ready to pay for it. And then I am arguing that these days we have to change the economics thinking from free market to sustainable market. I always enjoy quoting from Einstein. It's a very famous phrase. We cannot solve our problems by using the same thinking when we created the problems. In other words, we cannot address climate issues by using same thinking based on conventional free market thinking. So we have to come up with a new sustainable market price which internalize carbon price into our economic system. Then how can you do that? Sounds very simple, but very difficult. Nobody wants to pay for it. Then who should be the responsible for transformation from free market, where nobody is paying the carbon price, towards sustainable market, where we have to pay the carbon price? Should it be government? Should it be business? Or who? Who have to pay for it? In many cases, during my experience, involvement in climate change issues since '91, everybody was thinking that it is the job of the government and the business. And you are sitting here expecting that why government and business guys are not solving this problem. Am I wrong? You are all expecting that government should do something about it, business should do something about it. But what is missing here is you. What would you do? What would you do for climate crisis? Just watching what government and business are doing and blaming them and accusing them for the responsibility, just like any other environmentalist. They are blaming government and blaming business for the crisis. But is it fair and right? We have been blaming business and government for 3 decades since '91, focusing on production side, but we forgot about the consumption side. All of you, as a consumer, we should bear the final responsibility. It's not just the government. As you know, no politicians will be brave enough to raise the gas price or electricity price. I know that your instance in Kazakhstan will never do that. Why should they risk their political life by raising the price of electricity, gas? Why they do that? Government cannot do it. There's a political limit. And also, business likewise. Business is not charity. Why should they bear the price of a carbon unless consumers are not paying the incremental price for carbon price internalization? So, political limitation and the profitability limitation from the business and government. So we cannot solve the problem by blaming government and by blaming business. Then who should blame? Who should we blame? We have to blame ourselves. You are the one ultimately responsible for this problem because you are using the product and services based on fossil fuel energy. And you are sitting there and thinking, oh, it should be somebody else's job, not my job, right? So this is the current situation. Then how we can break this impasse, deadlock. In Korea, we had a very interesting public survey. We asked the people, are you willing to pay twice price increase of electricity in 10 years to address climate change? 48% of the people say yes, they are willing to pay twice the price of electricity in 10 years. But 45% say no, they are not willing to pay for raising the electricity. Under these circumstances, what should we do? What should we do? Should we wait until 45% agree to pay for clean power? Doing nothing? My proposal is very simple. Why don't we start with the 48% who are willing to pay extra price for clean power? How can you do it? Yes, there are good examples. In Germany, there's a speed train called ICE, I-C-E, ICE. And they are selling 2 tickets. Regular ticket, 50 euro, green ticket, 70 euro. Some people who wants to travel on clean electricity, they pay 20 euro more. And then this 20 euro is used for buying green, clean electricity from solar and wind. This is the kind of voluntary carbon pay system. And we need to build on this kind of a voluntary carbon pay system across the economy by differentiating the price of electricity, even the electricity. We cannot impose this kind of higher price for everybody. We should leave it to the decision of individual consumers. Nobody imposes it. Then somebody asks me, oh, if it is a voluntary, will it work? Who will be willing to pay extra money? How about you? Are you willing to pay extra money or not? No, huh? Yes? No? Okay. Then what is needed in changing our mindset is, somebody who said no thinks that this planet is not their planet. They think they are here living in this planet as a tenant and a visitor. They are not the owner of this planet. If you think this planet is mine and my home, then would you mind paying 10 or 15 or 5 or 1 or more extra dollar to keep your house clean? Would you mind that? If it is your house. Everybody thinking that it is not my house. That's why people are indifferent to the problems. And then we arrived at the current situation. So we needed to change our mindset that it is my planet and I'm paying for my house. Somebody said that, oh, we might need incentive to provide to the voluntary contributors. But my answer is, I'm sorry, I don't think so. Like green point, green mileage, this kind of system has been there for a long time. It didn't work very well because we are still keeping on the mindset that this is not my house. I'm making extra contribution for somebody else's house. Then you have to give an incentive. But if you think this is my house, then why should we give an incentive to somebody who is spending money for his own house? No incentive is necessary. If you are spending your own money for painting for your own house, why somebody has to give you mileage incentive for it? So we need to change our mindset that this planet is my planet, not somebody else's planet. This is necessary. And so I am starting a campaign in Korea to come up with voluntary differentiated price system for monthly payment of electricity. When I was speaking this to my Korean colleagues, almost all of my friends say that, oh, great idea. We are ready and willing to pay extra money, whatever, it doesn't matter, $5 or $10. I can just sacrifice 3 cups of espresso or Americano, then I can pay for it. So I'm willing to pick up the extra cost and for peace of my mind. So this kind of mindset change and of that, this planet is mine. Then I have to care for my house. This kind of a mindset will give the incentive for the people around the world to make a voluntary contribution. I call it personally determined contribution, PDC. Okay? Remember, it is my invention. And somebody who knows Paris Climate Agreement will know that Paris Climate Agreement defined nationally determined contribution by all the countries around the world. Kazakhstan, Korea, United States, Europe, they all made a NDC commitment. I don't think it's a commitment, it's just a political statement. The commitment means there has to be some kind of legal obligation and there has to be a compliance mechanism. But unfortunately, in Paris Climate Agreement, this is just a voluntary political statement. Some countries pledged a 52% reduction by 2030 within 8 years. Korea pledged 40% reduction in 8 years. But frankly speaking, we did this kind of exercise many times in the past, but never been kept. Kyoto Protocol, we failed it. Copenhagen Accord, we failed it. So we have already failed many times of this kind of political statement. In fact, the Kyoto Protocol was not a political statement. It was a legally binding, ratified, legal obligation and commitment. Still thrown out of the window. Nobody cared about it when Kyoto Protocol was not complied. So even the protocol, which was ratified legally, was not even respected. Then Paris climbed the NDC. Do you think it can be fully complied? Already UNEP is coming up with all kinds of warning that there's an emission gap. Even after all those NDCs are met, we cannot keep our climate, the temperature rising under control. There are a lot of warning is coming. Then what should we do? So what I'm proposing this afternoon is we should focus on how can we start a social change by starting social movement. There has been environmental movement for a long time, accusing government and business. But now we need a social change of thinking about ourselves. We have to lead the change, but we need a very interesting digital platform where people can join and voluntarily make a contribution every month based on their own choice, based on their income level, whatever. And then this money will be used to buy clean power or planting trees or developing new technology. This can be done by digital platform. There can be 100% transparency. There can be a blockchain technology and all other technologies available there. So designing from a technical point of view of designing this kind of system is not an issue. Technology is available. We can do it. Only issue is our mindset and willingness and to push for this kind of a social change. And I'm sure all young generation watching this online or offline, listening to my speech, if you are willing, I think we can make the change. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Chung. We were expecting...
Thank you very much, Professor Chung. We sort of expected you to, speak longer. It was quite a short speech, as a matter of fact. We thought that you'd speak longer. So anyways, we have an opportunity to ask questions.
I'm sorry, I'm so worried about this. To stay here on the stage with you, it's very exciting for me. It inspires me. So that's why I'm so, I'm so nervous. Sorry about that. So we have an opportunity to make some questions here. Is anybody ready?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Professor Chung, Mr. Chung, for your speech. I have one question, but I think it has a background. First of all, you talked about the platform and technologies we should create and make a contribution to the climate change. But we should really define maybe and have a comparison between developing countries and developed countries, because it's all about psychological thing, right? It's not only about technologies. You talked about it as well. So, but it all starts with a mindset. In the countries who are not mature enough to contribute into the climate change things, because social problems tightly connected with economic problems, right? So you cannot really compare developed and developing countries. So my question would be, in developing countries, Kazakhstan is in developing country list, right? So what do you suggest to start from for each of us living in Kazakhstan and wanting to make this contribution, how we should start and from what kind of angle we should start?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, the issue of the issue is climate justice. Who should bear larger part of the responsibility? Yeah, this has been debated at the UN for a long time. The delegates have been fighting over it for 3 decades, no conclusion. And then, of course, my idea is after spending so many hours fighting over the negotiation table, my conclusion is, as I said earlier, as for the individuals, any country who are willing to contribute more should do more. While let those developing countries, I don't think very poor developing country can afford to do it. I agree. We cannot impose them. Impossible. For them, survival is more important. Daily survival is more imperative. How can we impose them long-term climate crisis, which was caused by, not triggered by them, triggered by the rich countries? So that's true. There's not much contribution they can make. And we don't have to bother about it. We don't have to impose on them. But the rich country, whether you are in Kazakhstan, whether you are in, for example, China, for example, even in China and India, there are so many millions of millionaires in those countries. So you cannot generalize one country as a developing. Even in Kazakhstan, you have a very rich people here as well. While, of course, there are some poor people as well. So, my approach is, let's start with some individuals and some countries who are willing to do it first. So we set the example, and it can inspire others to follow, if they are willing to follow. When I was discussing this issue with a very interesting person from governor of Central Bank of Budapest in Hungary, he said, because I talked about 48%, right? But it is a 48%, but frankly speaking, I expect maybe 20% could make initial contribution, voluntary contribution. Then I think it may be very successful. That's what my expectation. Then he said that, no, even 5%, if 5% can start that kind of a voluntary contribution, it can trigger and inspire the other people, the rest of the people. And then these people, in the long run, look at this example, and then they are inspired, then they are trying to join this kind of new trend and new wave. He is very optimistic. Even 5% will inspire the whole society to change. So my approach is, whether it is a country or whether it is individuals, let those countries and the people who are ready and willing to make a contribution. But for that, we need a digital platform and system of differentiating the prices, because we cannot impose carbon tax for everybody. So this is a kind of alternative approach of imposing unilateral or universal carbon tax for the whole economy. So we have to start with a voluntary approach first, then maybe later we can go a little further for applying shadow price of carbon. Then we can move on to ecological tax reform. Then we can move on to carbon tax in the end. You need a gradual stepping up of the processes. But for me, the most important thing is, let's just do it. Nike said, just do it, right? So let's just do it. Whoever is possible, whoever is willing to do it. Am I wrong?
Thank you for the answer, Professor Chung. Maybe we have one more questions. Are we? Yeah, I can see. Please, volunteers, give the microphone.
Good afternoon, dear professor. So first of all, I'm happy to see you in my capital city. So I suggest you have heard the project Venus of Jacques Fresco, who is the American futurist. And my question is, how do you think, is it possible to create that society without any money system in foreseeable future, as money is the first reason that triggering climate crisis in order to prevent climate change? Thank you.
Very interesting question. But frankly speaking, of course, the conventional economics and free market system can be responsible for this kind of environmental problems, but at the same time, we should not forget the wonderful advantage and the excellent achievement, material achievement of the free market system. Free market system has been so excellent and wonderful in increasing GDP. But simply, we are trying to improve it rather than, I don't think it's a matter of whether we have money or not. I think one of the reasons, one of the justification why we should move from free market to sustainable market is not to get away from money or profit. But I'm arguing that the reason why we should do that is because not just to protect our planet, but my conviction and my argument is that by doing so, by investing in carbon, by investing in climate, we will have in the long run even higher economic growth and more jobs. That could be an even stronger justification for all of you. Why should we pay for it? Not just to keep the planet safe, but at the same time, we can create more jobs and we can create more economic growth, which is green. That is why I initiated a green growth paradigm in 2005. For the first time in UN system, I initiated a green growth paradigm, and now World Bank, OECD, ADB, they are all promoting green growth idea. So it became a universalized and globalized. Nobody questions that we should move our conventional paradigm, grow first, clean up later approach to green growth paradigm. So I have been making publications how we can do it. Maybe for your information, if you want to learn about it, please Google low carbon green growth roadmap. It's available free from Google. That was a publication I published in 2012, and when I was a director at the UN ESCAP, so there are a lot of information available for you. So another justification why we should improve free market system to sustainable market system is because we can have even higher economic growth and a higher job creation. That can be a very strong justification politically and socially. And in order to do that, nowadays what I'm doing is I'm promoting new climate economics thinking. We have to have a new thinking of economics. So I call it new climate economics. It's an idea to promote green growth. Green growth is a kind of vision. But in order to operationalize it, we need a new economic thinking that I call new climate economics. And luckily, I had a very good discussion with the rector from South Kazakhstan University, the rector called Zamzavar, and I'm going to go down to Shymkent at the end of this week and agreed to set up new economics, a new climate economics center in Shymkent. And I have a high expectation that I can work with them to promote concrete results. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chung. Thank you for your vision, and we are really happy to have you here. Guys, let's give some applause for Professor Chung.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So now let me introduce and give the floor to our next speaker, Martin Wesowski, who is the Chief Futurist and Head of the Future Hub at SAP with the topic, What is Human and What is Work in a Superhuman Future? Our guest has come a long way, and let's applaud special for him.
Да, давайте поаплодируем нашему следующему гостю.
Exactly, Mr. Wesowski, welcome. He's all the way from far away. So he's going to be here momentarily. Looking forward to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, давайте поаплодируем с еще большим желанием. Явим ему свое гостеприимство, чтобы он удивился. Сначала пусть он испугается, громко мы можем аплодировать, а потом обрадовался. Какой долгожданный у нас сегодня гость. Да.
A guest that we've been looking forward to. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Wesowski. Welcome.
Thank you. How are you? It's been a long day. You good? Yeah? Very good. Look, I might be here for 10 minutes to talk about the future. I will continue tomorrow in my keynote, but the message is similar today. Let's talk about you and me and technology. I mean, what is your relationship to technology, really? What is the future of technology? Why is the future of technology so important to us? What do we think of it? How do we think about it? How do we create it? How do we speak technology? How do we learn it? Is technology owning us, or do we own technology? How do we become more human with the help of technology? Can maybe we become human at last? Are we human yet? And all these questions are not abstract. I mean them. Because, you know, adjusting margins in a Word document, or finding a number in an Excel spreadsheet, or whatever you do in technology, is not human, really. It's not peak humanity. It's not human ingenuity and curiosity. But writing a love letter, writing a contract, a white paper, that's human curiosity, ingenuity, creativity. And this is where technology should serve us. And maybe it doesn't do today. Because as Mr. Chung also said, we are maybe constrained to the systems we produced. The tools that made this system cannot be used to unmake it, as he said. And I like that statement very much. These systems are not only political, social, economical, they are also technological. And we might change the relationship between you, the me, every one of you, the big we, and the technology, with a little bit more humanity and a little bit more relationships. You know, I think that it's going to take a while before any system, technological system out there, wakes up one morning. Imagine this Leonardo surgeon robot that is so good that you can basically control it from other side of the planet, and soon it is autonomous and can perform brain surgery in half the time as a human could. But this robot will not wake up one morning and say, maybe I should become a pizza maker in Napoli. It can't. It will not. It doesn't have the curiosity and imagination, but you can. Or start a new startup, or clean the environment, or whatever you imagine. And with the power of that imagination comes the power of shaping, engineering. With the power of the imagination comes the big question that scientists and students and researchers answer, or try to answer. Now, I imagine a technology when the me, that's you, is augmented to its optimal self. When technology is different. Today, we learn how to use technology, how to speak technology, how to code technology. Tomorrow, I imagine that technology learns human. How to speak human, how to understand us, and how to make us optimal in each situation. Safely, securely, privately, and with as little bias as possible. Because we already have our biases. And good technology can augment us beyond these biases. Human at last. Me and we and technology. Because what is the smartest app in the world? What is the smartest technology in the world? I believe it's the one that makes you smarter. That's the end of story. Because you have feelings. You have subjective opinions. You have interactions that machines can't have. You have curiosity, you have ambitions. You have prerequisites. You have dreams and visions that machines cannot yet have, we think. I don't think they have. And I don't think there should be a competition between us and the machines. I think you've seen all the Hollywood movies that I have seen, right? Terminator, man versus machine. I think it's a little bit bullshit, to be honest. I think we need to move not only in our businesses, in our environments, but in our relationship to technology from the competition with technology to completion with technology. We can be complementary to each other. We can fulfill each other. We can augment technology with humanity, and technology can augment us with intelligences we do not have. I call it human-machine symbiosis. It's a human ingenuity and machine intelligence in an empathic symbiosis. An empathic symbiosis is the one where we understand each other, where technology speaks human, so we can be human at last. Now, you might say that this is very optimistic, Martin. We see so much stuff happening out there, and the technology is so advanced, and still we are here. Why so optimistic? And I think the answer lies exactly in humanity. Humanity, us, you, me, and we, together with technology. And the reason is that technology have zero optimism. It also have zero pessimism. It has zero outlooks. We do have outlooks. And optimism is the best way to reach the imagination and to shape it. Because, you know, we didn't go to the moon because we were pessimists. You didn't come here today because you thought, I probably will never make it. This probably will be very, very boring. You come here today because you are optimistic about something. That's human ingenuity. We are here to craft the systems and the machines of the future with our optimism, our hope. And hope is somehow design made visible, engineered, made explicit. Human hope with science, technology, makes us see what we hope for. And this is the most important thing there. And this hope of better decision making, human at last, not only for me, but the whole society, our relationship, the me and the we, in an environment that lasts, is very optimistic through technology. And this environment, as we talked about already today, is very important. I work for a company called SAP, and we do something that now the world calls ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning Software. We make software for enterprises, and they plan their resources. And this is enormous, big business with many, many players out there. Enterprise resource planning. What is the resource we plan here? What are the reasons? Usually it's the money, intellectual property, the machines, or something we excavate out of the planet. Why is not the planet included in our resource planning? That's the first question. I think Mr. Chung also pointed at that. But I tell you another resource. And this is actually the most intelligent technology in any room, also in this room. Human. The people. We are the smartest, the most curious, the most creative technology out there. And we probably will be for some while. So people and planet are new resources we need to account for. And these resources are renewable. The future is a resource as well, and it's also renewable. But it's only renewable if you have hope, optimism, curiosity, imagination. Future never runs out unless you make it so. So with that, I really hope that you and me and technology come together in an empathic symbiosis so we become human at last. And I will talk more about it tomorrow in my keynote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wesowski. Thank you for this optimistic and hopeful speech. And I'm sure our audience have some questions. You have an opportunity to ask. Yeah, I can see the raised up
I
hand
can't
in
see
the
you
middle
either.
of the, yeah, on the. Можно передать микрофон, пожалуйста? Как
Please pass the mic as quickly as possible. Please introduce yourself. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for your speech. Very emotional.
So you think if we will be for more empathy with each other, the human resources could be more, how to say, to make more safe our planet and each other. You think like empathy, it's more important things between humans?
Yes, I think so. Thank you for your question. Yes, I believe so. Look at the technologies we create today, the cutting edge technologies also, for example, different kind of machine learning. And we try to build that machine learning to be very efficient, very scalable, very optimized and streamlined. And that's fantastic because it helps us. Humans are not optimal, effective, and efficient and streamlined on scale. We are random, curious, and sometimes crazy, and sometimes irrational. Mr. Pinker would talk about rationality tomorrow, which is a very important thing. His latest book is great on that. Now, technology doesn't have empathy until you and I put it in there. In the algorithms, in the decision-making processes, and in the symbiosis with the human decision maker. So I claim that when we use technology today, when I said, you know, you adjust your margins in your PowerPoint or whatever you do, is that creative? No. I would like to say to my presentation tool, to my budgeting tool, to my scientific tool, I would like to experiment on this. I'm curious about this. I'm feeling a little bit angry about this. Can you help me? Can you augment me? Because I'm a human and I can take very different decisions than the machine can do. Today machines can't do that. We need to instruct them down to the point. But what I'm hoping for, that we can instruct machines with human ambitions and our plans and our visions and our strategies in a way so machines can have a conversations with us and you know, say, how are you doing today? What is your plan? What are your ambitions? Have you known that this and this is happening around you? Augment us to knowledge beyond our biases and beyond the technological restraints we have today. And when that happens, I believe the work level, the quality of human work will rise to very new values, to very new productive values, and very new quality time. So we can spend time to look at the whole planet, people, and the purpose that we share before we look at the profit it makes. Because profit will be an effect of us belonging together on the planet, we, with technology that helps us. Today, technology is somehow a tool we need to learn. It's almost like it was something alien that we created. It's not in symbiosis with humans enough. So that's what I'm saying. The biggest intelligence in the room is human. For decades to come, I think. And technology should bring that intelligence to higher and higher level, rather than occupy us with understanding it. So I think that's my point, if that answers your question in some way. Yeah.
Thank you. One more question. Можно, да, вот, да. Кто-то перехватил инициативу в свои руки. Представьтесь, пожалуйста.
There.
Please introduce yourself, yeah?
Today, here is my question. As an engineer in machine learning, I wanted to ask you a very interesting question. Today you talked about the creation of the human that we do. I mean all these codes or sorry, machines. Yeah. But we forget about the fact that we are the creation of the God, and we are unique by ourselves, each of us. And in your field, do you consider any prognosis and analysis you do regularly in religious point? Do you rely on any kind of religion in making different decisions? Because we admit and we understand that we are the creation of the God, and anything that we do or we write, we implement are the creation of I mean, the people who are created already. So that's my question.
Thank you for your question. Wow, that's a very philosophical question, very deep question as a last question. I will try to be quick, and I will need to be subjective, personal, because I cannot be objective. Nobody can be objective about religion or any kind of gods. And especially when you say God, there are so many to choose from. So historically, in human history, right? So I do not consider religion in the research, in the outlooks, and the thoughts I'm crafting. But I do consider human outlooks, human perspective, human optimism, and human philosophy. For example, beliefs. To believe in something, although we don't know, is very important. That's what imagination comes from. We believed that we could go to the moon. It was crazy. It's like believing in pink elephants. But we did go to the moon. Because with the power of that imagination, we can shape things. Once we say it and make it visible to others, we can engineer that together. And that's, for me, belonging. That's belief in something that we don't know yet. And we might even go to Mars. We might even save this planet because we need it to live on. The planet doesn't need us. Just by believing that we can and then doing the hard work to get there. And that is very, very important, that belief and imagination go together. And that's much more important than any special belief. For example, I consider religion, in my interpretation, is a framework, is a dogma, is a rigor. In this religion, we do it like this. In that religion, we do it differently, like this. It's clothes, it's hats, it's behaviors, it's routines, and other symbolic and fantastic and creative ways to celebrate that kind of belief. But they are constraining. You cannot do like this, and you cannot do like this, says religion. Many religions do that, right? And they sometimes say different things. And that we cannot have as a constraint for human development. We need to be unconstrained by dogmas. We need to be free thinkers. We need to be rational at the same time as we are emotional. We need to be intelligent and smart at the same time as we need to be open-hearted and have a growth mindset, not only an efficient mindset. And this is much important for each one of us than a dogma that tries to conglomerate to us in one or another way only. I think the problems of tomorrow are so complex and the futures are so fantastic, they would need all of us, whatever we believe in, to come together and grow with our mindset and grow with our thoughts forward. Believing is very important. Have faith in humanity, have faith in our curiosity, and have faith in our investigation of the futures and our optimism without constraints. And I think that kind of human optimism forward is very, very important. And that I take in account, that belief and imagination and human optimism. Yeah.
Thank you for this inspiring answer. Thank you. Let's give some applause for the Mr. Wesowski. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
So now, let me introduce and give the floor to our next speaker. I'm sorry. Now, friends, we're gonna connect our studio in Azerbaijan. So I want to connect Nargiz Nasrullayeva. Nargiz is the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Azerbaijan. So we have moderator Natig Hajiyev from the university. Natig, do you hear me well? Floor is yours.
And it seems like a huge event. I am connecting from ADA University in Azerbaijan. This is a world-class university in Baku, in the capital Baku, with 4 schools on education, on School of Public International Affairs, School of Business, and IT and Engineering. I am the head of, president of ADA University Foundation. This is the endowment building arm of the university, and we work with your strategic partner, Coca-Cola, and have been working with them for past 10 years, doing immense projects on environment, on the society development, and various fields. And within the different cooperations, we also work with different inspirational leaders in Azerbaijan, including our guest speaker today, Mrs. Nargiz Nasrullayeva-Muduroglu. I would like to welcome her here and a little bit about her. She's a Harvard Kennedy School of Government graduate of Masters of Public Administration with over 20 years experience in the private sector. She joined in 2017 the State Oil Fund, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Azerbaijan, as the advisor to the CEO, and she's been executive director of the American Chamber of Commerce in Azerbaijan from 2004 to 15. She's a fellow of Central Asia Caucasus Young Leaders Program of Johns Hopkins University, Paul Nietzsche School of Advanced International Studies in Washington, D.C., and also serves as advisor to the CEO of the Landmark Business Center, a board member and the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Azerbaijan. She's very active in different networks, including the member of the 100 Businesswomen of Azerbaijan. And since the end of 2020, she's the Azerbaijan chapter lead of Harvard Kennedy School Women Network and W3D Network. With ADA University, she's been our great friend and also a board member of the Institute for Development and Diplomacy. I greet you here and thank you for your time, and floor is yours, Nargiz.
Thank you very much, Natig, and to organizers. It's a pleasure to be a part of such an exciting event. So I would like to share some of my thoughts on what we're going through right now in terms of the situation on the financial markets and whether or not we are in the middle or heading towards a serious recession and financial crisis. I think we all have experienced firsthand that since the beginning of the year, we see that the growth, the global growth, and our regional growth and our national growth is slowing sharply. What we're living through right now is the phenomenon we last witnessed in 1970s, which is called stagflation. This is when you have rising inflation and slowing growth. So it's the worst of both worlds. Usually it's you would have a high inflation with high growth. This is not the case, unfortunately. Advanced economies seem to be hit harder than emerging economies, whereas globally we expect that the growth for 2023, the GDP growth for 2023, which is probably the most widely used measurement, whereas globally we expect that the number for 2023 will reach that of January 2022. In the advanced economies, that's not going to happen. So next year, they will not even catch up with the beginning of 2022. Now, in terms of the forecasts, the growth forecast for 2022 has been downgraded in most of the countries around the world. More than 80% of all advanced economies had their growth projections, growth forecast downgraded. The only countries in the world that actually have that have been upgraded in terms of the outlook are energy exporters. That Azerbaijan happens to be one of, and you know, just as well as Kazakhstan, for example. Other commodity importers and exporting countries have also had their growth forecast downgraded, unfortunately. Now, to the question of whether or not we are heading towards a global recession, there are lots of reasons to believe that we are. The last 5 global recessions that took place in 1975, 82, 91, 2009, and 2020, with the pandemic, they all saw similar slowdown in growth that we are now witnessing. So there are a lot of reasons to believe that what is happening right now and the whole phenomenon of stagflation is which is, as I said, it's high inflation combined with weaker growth, is usually the recipe for a global recession. Now, there are, as I mentioned, there are similarities and differences with similar situation, and we can discuss, you know, extensively what causes this. What are the main causes? I mean, obviously there are geopolitical tensions. There is supply disruptions. There are still, the world is still recovering from COVID-19. There are social tensions. There are climate-related disasters. There is serious fragmentation of trade, investment, and financial networks. And in my closing remarks, I will be sharing my views of what should and can be done, and it is to mitigate all these risks that affect the global economy right now. But going back to comparing 2022 with 1970s, 80s, 76 to 80s too, I would say. We have similarities and we have differences. The similarities are high inflation. You can see that if the global inflation in 70s was about 10%, the global inflation this year is beyond 8% already. There is a slowdown in growth. Unfortunately, if it was growing negative 1% in 70s, this year we see the global slowdown as 3 percentage points. So it's about 2.5, 3%. The global real interest rates are very similar today to those of 1970s. And then unfortunately, the total debt in the emerging economies, so the elevated debt and the growth of the debt in the emerging economies is also one of the similarities. And this year, it's higher than, so in 1980s, for example, the percentage of GDP, the total debt in the emerging economies as a percentage of GDP was about 60%. What we're seeing right now is about 125%. So this is worse than we had in the 70s. Now, there are differences. The differences are that we have now better monetary policy frameworks. So the countries are better prepared, or at least there are institutions and frameworks to prepare for that and to mitigate that. There are lower wage pressures right now because and again, I'm now using certain examples. Statistics is a very, very dangerous science, as you know. But the world is becoming much more globalized, apologies. So there's also more labor market flexibility. So, there are less trade unions today. There is more flexibility in managing these things. Now, what can be done? So the countries, especially emerging and developing countries, need to coordinate policies to overcome global challenges. You have the usual fiscal and monetary measures that everyone is taking. We see the monetary policy of almost all the countries, with the rare exception of Turkey. You see the interest rates going sharply up, that the central banks of the countries affected by inflation increase their interest rates dramatically. It does slow down the growth, but it does control inflation. It's a tried and tested method. Turkey is trying to defy that economic law, and so far it's very, very hard and challenging. We'll see whether it works or not. It's hard to judge, but I think it's important for highest impact. It's important that these policies are coordinated between countries. Countries need to balance the macroeconomic policy trade-offs, that balance between how high do you increase the interest rates to control your inflation, and when does it actually completely kill the growth? So it's a trade-off. And then obviously you need to build foundations for a green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. We all need to recover. It cannot be chaotic. It cannot only affect certain parts of the societies, of the economies. So the countries and governments need to be very aware and ready for a sustainable and inclusive recovery that in this day and age also needs to be sustainable in terms of being green. Now, there are things that globally need to be done immediately, and there are things that countries need to do on national levels. The global policy priorities right now, you need to alleviate the short-term pressures, and that is obviously the effects of the war in Ukraine. This has to be done by globally supporting the humanitarian relief efforts, by mitigating the food insecurity in vulnerable countries, because we are all connected. The fact that there is no food security issues in our particular countries, but you have hundreds of millions of people who now face food shortages, it will affect our economies as well. And as a part of the mitigating the effects of the war is also the reconstruction efforts in the areas in Ukraine that have been destroyed is also should be a global effort. So the second direction of something we can do globally is the green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. That is all obviously to continue the COVID-19 effect mitigation, strengthen the pandemic preparedness should we ever face something like this again, to provide debt relief when it's needed, to work collectively on the energy transition from oil and gas and from the fossil fuels, and in general to work on a rule-based economic order. This is something which is very near and dear to my heart, because this is what the American Chamber of Commerce and most of the business associations should focus on and are focusing on, rather than particular lobbying as some associations, especially in the developed world, do. In emerging and developing economies, the job of the business associations is to promote that rule-based economic order and to make sure that there is no that the trade and investment is done on a level playing field and is truly global. Now, in terms of the nationally, what countries can do, obviously it's the macroeconomic policies. Each country needs to have a very hands-on, very careful monetary, fiscal, and financial policies, and structural policies. That is obviously improving of the business climate and promoting education, strengthening human capital, and this is where schools like Ada University are playing a first-hand role, and I think today's event is probably a tribute to something, to this part. There is a direct economic impact of the work that you all do, and I hope I gave you, if not answered the question whether or not we have another recession looming, but at least shared some of my thoughts in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we're back offline. Our next speaker is Mark Uzan, Executive Director at the Reinventing Bretton Woods Committee, with the topic The Great Recipe to Cook Financial Crisis. Let's give a round of applause to our speaker, Mark.
Марк Узан, ladies and gentlemen.
Узан.
Да. Абсолютно верно. Вот он уже мчится сюда. Такая заводная музыка. Правда, я сам бы с удовольствием пробежался по этому коридору. Волной бы ветром ворвался на эту сцену. И я ждал бы, конечно, ваших аплодисментов, дамы и господа.
Let's give Mark a big hand.
His speech, I have a dream. And I'm going to start my speech and my presentation with you. I have a nightmare. Why I have a nightmare? Well, this morning I wake up and I can clearly see that winter is coming. Winter is coming not because you used to have winter in Kazakhstan. Of course, minus 30 is something that is a new normal for you. But if you live in Europe and if you live in Paris, you clearly see that winter is no longer there. But more than that, the nightmare I have is I see that the global economy is no longer functioning as it used to be. 2 weeks ago, I was in Washington, D.C. for the annual meeting of the IMF and the World Bank. And here, the prospects for the global economy and for the global financial system were very gloomy. And more than that, everyone is expecting a global recession for 2023. Remember, for the last 40 years, we were living in a world, and the keywords were globalization, open market, free trade. Emerging markets are going to be the new drivers for global growth. Kazakhstan will be part of this emerging market and will become, the top emerging market in the next 30 years. Today, the world is no longer like that. The key words today is all about deglobalization, protectionism, friendly shoring. Everything is all about a fragmented global economy. So I'm not here today to provide dreams because it questions also what I've been doing for the last 25 years to try to really create the capacity for international cooperation. International cooperation doesn't exist anymore. You can clearly see we are seeing the US and China in a new type of Cold War, decoupling among these two countries. We have the war, we have climate change, we have energy problems, inflation, and we are at the end of what I would call cheap money. If you see that the US already increased interest rate, Europe is increasing interest rate, so you have already in the global level a synchronized policy among central banks to deal with inflation. So this is the world that we are facing today. A coming global recession, a sense that we are giving up a world and a change of paradigm, a world where we have been living with low inflation, low interest rate, and higher growth. And China was a driver for global growth in the world. Unfortunately, for you, for your generation, this is not going to be the case. So let's be ready, not for nightmare, but also for what I will call mega threats. And I will encourage all of you to read the recent and very interesting book by Professor Nouriel Roubini entitled Mega Threats, who lay out in his book the key challenges that we are going to face, not only for the global economy, but also for the global financial system. So I started with my nightmare, and I'd say at the beginning that yes, a global recession is coming, is going to be synchronized. Is this recession can be transcribed to a global financial crisis, as the organizers start to say, maybe there is a big global financial crisis like in 2008. Can we make a case that we might have a global financial crisis and what we should do in order to prevent this global financial crisis to emerge? What does it mean to be in a more fragmented global economy? As you can see over the last 3 years, with the pandemic, borders were closed. It was very difficult for supply chain to function, for bringing goods from China to Europe to Central Asia. And we clearly see that the supply chain were not resilient. So we are going to start to think about something new. The just-in-time will be replaced by just-in-case. That's another change, paradigm shift. Professor Chung said, yeah, we need to develop a sustainable and inclusive global economy. This is, I would say, the dream of your generation. This is what you should be thinking about, and not to look at your own dream, but at global common. That, I think, will be my message for all of you. So if you look back at the prospect for the global economy in the near terms, yes, let's be ready for global recessions. What we are going to see among central banks around the world, and particularly in all emerging markets, will be a set of increase of interest rate, and the change of cheap money that we are seeing now, reversing, will clearly create major side effects. Real estate is going down in many countries, in Europe, in the US, slow down, and we are going to see casualties. We are going to see bankruptcies. We are going to see a very changing nature of the global economy. So when we talk about reshoring, what does it mean? It means that every country today is trying to react and to think about domestic economies, priorities. It's not anymore about open global markets. You are going to see now major European countries who are going to be looking at your country. Why? You have resources. What we are trying to do in Europe is to be less dependent on Russia for gas, energy, less dependent on China for growth, and less dependent on the US for security. So we are going to try to look at other sources. Kazakhstan and other countries can provide the resources. Kazakhstan used to be a country like, I would say, a corridor. Things were going from China to Kazakhstan to Europe. You should become a platform. You should bring countries and you should bring companies to invest in your country, because I'm very convinced that you have a bright future. Young population, very well educated, and you have a lot of resources. So these new prospects for your country are quite good. In the case of Europe today, we are facing, unfortunately, not only a recession, because we have been impacted quite dramatically with the Ukraine-Russian war. Imagine in Europe, all our system, all our underpinnings since World War II for the last 75 years, and the building of the European Union was all about no more war. That was a continent that was based on a multilateral base, rule of the game, multilateral base system, and that we are going to be, after what happened during 2 wars, that no more war in Europe. Unfortunately, with the conflict in Ukraine, everything is changing. So the EU, after being a very important player in the global economy, is starting to realize that they need to be also a geopolitical power. So we are going to live in a new paradigm that we are going to give up the last 75 years of multilateralism, where you have different international financial institutions who are behind the capacity for countries to cooperate. When you have a crisis like in 2008, remember, maybe you were still young, major financial crisis, 2008, banks went bankrupt, Bear Stearns, if you remember, and our Nobel Prize of Economics, Professor Bernanke, who was, as a Federal Reserve chairman, took the right decisions in order to save the global financial system. And in 2009, there was a capacity of a grouping called the G20 to bring all these countries together and to be able to come up with global solutions and global corporations. I was in Washington in April 2022, and here, the same grouping was meeting. Russian deputy minister attending the meeting, and as soon as he enters the room, everyone from the advanced country left the room. This is the state of the global economy, and this is the state of global governance. You cannot have a proper global financial system if the major countries of the system cannot cooperate and cannot accept, to cooperate. The other major trend that is so important for you to reflect on, weaponization. What I'm going to talk about, this is my other nightmare. Weaponization of the global financial system. Remember, for the last 75 years, we have been living an international monetary system based on one currency, the US dollar, who is the key anchor for the international monetary system. Your central bank of Russia, if you clearly see, and if I will give some analogy with your own central bank, build up more than $500 billion of reserve. And with a war in Ukraine, the US, the EU, were able to politicize money and were able to prevent the central bank to use this reserve. So this is a new world where we're going to live. This is a world that's going to be fragmented. Is it going to be fragmenting even for payment system? A world that you will be using MasterCard Visa if you live in the Western world, and another world where you are going to use RMB, Mir payment system. Remember the people from Russia who decided to leave their country. They went where? Kazakhstan, Russia, Armenia, and Georgia. And when they arrived in Astana or in Almaty, what they were doing? They were trying to use their credit card, Visa, MasterCard, and their payment was declined. What happened? Well, Sberbank in Kazakhstan was closed. Little interruption of my nightmare, but this is also another trend that's going to happen for the international financial system, weaponization of money. So a world that was a keyword for the last 75 years, cooperation, capacity to deal together with global financial crisis is no longer with us. So be ready for this fragmentation, weaponization, and also possibility that in the next 12 months, we might be facing an important financial crisis. So you ask me, well, you know, do you think we should buy crypto? Or do you think that we should buy real estate? I'm not a money expert. I'm a macro person. But it is clearly, I think, for the major policymakers, and you already see it for the last few months, each central bank of the major advanced countries, the Federal Reserve, the ECB, were late to increase interest rate. They didn't anticipate that we are going to have inflation. I've been living all my life for the last 30 years without inflation. I don't know what inflation means. Maybe in emerging market, you know better. Indeed, you know better. Because all the emerging market decided to increase interest rate because they know what inflation means. You have better experience. In Europe, we have negative interest rate. We didn't have inflation. And suddenly, again, inflation is coming. Of course, our inflation and the, can be transcribed with crisis because we have inflation and we have stagnation. We don't have growth because indeed we were importing gas from Russia, prices are skyrocketing, and suddenly this inflation goes through the whole system in the economy. And there is no choice for the central bank to increase interest rate. Increasing interest rate means a slowdown in the economy. And of course, if you have a country like Germany, who is really dependent on trade, and you cannot trade with China due to zero COVID strategy, and you cannot really rely on Russia for cheap gas, what do? Well, you can clearly see that you need to change your strategy, and you need to think about a new growth model. So Europe will be in recession. The US is already almost, I would say, potential recessions, so they might go to a soft landing. And you have another country, in the main advanced country, Japan, who have been living for more than 40 years with almost negative interest rate and zero inflation. So this, in Japan, they learn to live without inflation because there is no spending power. People don't spend money, they just save. So they don't clearly see inflation. So we have a recession coming. There's a short-term perspective. We are going to see the difficulties for, I will call, international cooperation to operate because there will be no capacity to bring all these countries together, the G20 together, to try to solve and to come up with common solution and coordination. So we don't have any more forum for policymakers to argue and to articulate a policy response. And I believe that the market, in general, the financial market, already priced in this new deglobalization trend. We live for 30 years with globalization. We are very happy to import cheap price and cheap product from China. That was the way the people were thinking. More you do trade, more you trigger global peace. There was a vision in Germany. Let's do more trade with China. Let's do more trade with Russia. That will give us the capacity to create global peace. Unfortunately, the world now is very different. So my nightmare is really about these two aspects. The short-term aspect, about the capacity and the incapacity of the system to deal with the next recession. And the medium term is that we have a poly-crisis, multiple crises, climate, inflation, and so on, that will prevent us really to think about common solutions, to find solutions to deal with the forthcoming, not only financial crisis, energy crisis, and social crisis, and economic crisis. So you told me, well, okay, another crisis is coming. There is incapacity of policymakers to act. And unfortunately also, we don't know what the next few months will look like. Everything is driven now by what we call geonomics. It's not just about macroeconomics. It's a mix about understanding the new trend in geopolitics, but also the trend in global macroeconomics. So clearly a world that interest rate will be higher than it used to be. And on the other hand, the difficulties for many countries to deal with these uncertainties. We have been seeing the rise of the US dollar against major countries and major currencies. This is another trend. So what can happen in Turkey or in Brazil can have spillover effect. An increase of interest rate from the US can have a big impact for all the emerging markets, for the whole global financial system. So this is going to be, I think, you know, the way the international financial system will operate, but also the way I look at as a global macro system and also as a financial system, the international financial market in the next few months. So we have two tracks. Long-term track, goodbye globalization, welcome deglobalization, good morning friendly shoring, and on the short term, welcome to global recession. So what should we do? As you will be, hopefully, taking care and taking over, you know, the next chapter for the global financial system, what can prevent me to have nightmare and to have dreams? So what kind of dream for your generation, what you should be doing here to try at least to repair the system or at least to innovate? I think it's almost impossible to reform the system. I can tell you, impossible. But you can innovate and create something new. That, I think, should be the mission of you. You are sitting here to listen to very well-known experts around the world who have been coming especially for this conference, Nobel Prize, and I concur with Professor Chung when he said we need to build an inclusive and sustainable growth. It's possible. And I think your country, I've been coming to your country several times, has a lot of potential. And I think you should not be thinking about you, but think collectively. The world, you know, we need global commons. It's not about just your dream. You're not going to dream if, you know, the planet is going to burn. So we need to find ways all together to come up with global common, because at the end, you know, what is the most important for all of us here, sitting at this table and listening to very well-known experts, is unfortunately we are at war. There is a war nearby. And I don't think, you know, for the future of humanity, it should be stopped, and we should be thinking to bring all this party together at the table, because if we cannot do that, goodbye innovation, and I think this is the most important priority. Global recessions are going to be with us, but I'm pretty sure that if the war is over, I'm pretty sure that there will be still some capacity for human beings to rise to the occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Razan. Thank you very much. I'm
Спасибо,
happy
Марк.
to hear it, to see here.
Марк, мне кажется, готов был бы забрать время у всех сегодняшних спикеров. Речь прям...
Well, it was an amazing presentation, so let's give him a big hand. Give him a big hand, because, well, he said it all, and he could have said a lot more. Of course, we'll meet again. You know, I was thinking, I'm actually quite impressed. I'm impressed by this and other presentations because they're so important, and actually they help us actually figure out, which way to go and where we should go. And in terms of this kind of topics, I mean, there's so many, and I believe that for me, as head of my family, as a citizen of my country, I mean, there are certain things that, of course, we need to tackle regarding the financial crisis. And the question is, are we currently en route to a new financial crisis? Despite the fact that, yes, we live in difficult time, and yes, we go through all sorts of events, positive and negative, all sorts of events. I understand that I'm being a bit rhetorical, yeah? But let's try to make head or tail of it. And our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to chairman of Jusan Bank, Nardualet Aytusov. Let's give him a big hand.
Тоже уже скользит по коридору. Да, находимся ли мы?
He's going to be here shortly.
Нарdualet Aytusov сейчас расскажет и поделится своим мнением, а наше право согласиться с ним или нет. Сразу после выступления мы обязательно зададим ему вопросы. А сейчас овации! Вопрос рецессии.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about something that is quite negative. I'm talking about recession, a painful topic, and we need to be ready for it, whether you like it or not. So let's talk about this painful topic called recession. So let me talk about 6 elements, 6 very important topics. And I'm absolutely sure that this is what we need to take into account if you want to be ready for this global recession. First of all, the pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic. Secondly, it's war conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, that's the second factor. Sanctions that are affecting Russia and globally many countries. Inflation, the Fed rates, and generally global rates. Of course, you know that the top regulators hiking rates, and last but not least, climate, of course. So these are the factors that will pretty much lead us to the next recession. So let's start with the pandemic. Give me a big hand if you had COVID in this past 2 years. Yay! Congratulations, you had COVID. Well, I don't know what is good or bad, but you have, at least you have immunity, right? Give me a big hand if you are currently having COVID. No, nobody has COVID here. No, COVID-free. This room is COVID-free. Anyways, forget about it. Let's not talk about health, personal, whatever. Let's not talk about healthcare. Let's talk about economic side of it. So what the hell is going on? What has happened? Other than the virus itself, what happened is, of course, a major influx of money. The money offering went up 26% on a global scale. Unprecedented. It has never been above 6% per year, and it went up from 6% per year to 26%. $27 trillion were added to the global economy. In the United States, we're talking about $30 trillion of economy. Think about it. So they added 27 trillion. So, I mean, there have to be consequences. You cannot add so much money and not expect inflation. So last time we saw it in 1943, right in the middle of World War II. We had a similar situation. So, but of course you need to understand the difference, but at the same time, the gravity of the situation. Now, that's the first one. The second factor is logistics disruption. So supply chain disruption, well, the first thing that happened, they closed borders, right? They couldn't travel, people couldn't move goods, and unfortunately what happened is that we got desynchronized. The global supply chain was desynchronized. So all the seaports, loading and unloading. So they had to be transformed, and they became a bottleneck. Yeah, they couldn't. Because they were basically the arteries and the veins that would carry goods and services, and they couldn't handle. So we started to run into shortage. Delivery took longer, more expensive. The second thing that happened, you see that the cost of freight, container freight, went up 10 times, and that had a major impact on pretty much everything. So, lots of money, 27 trillion. So historically, huge funds were invested. Big problem. Supply chain disruptions. That's the first factor that I wanted to talk about. Secondly, the war, of course. War is still raging, ravaging Ukraine. Okay, let's not talk about the ethics of it, and let's discuss war and whatever. War is bad. War cannot be good. War is bad. But we have what we have. Let's talk about the economy. Let's talk about the way it impacted the economy. So, war is currently taking place in Ukraine, and Ukraine is a transit country, be it gas, be it other things, etc. So, and the countries involved in this war are some of the largest trade partners, not just to Kazakhstan, but also to many countries in the world. So, conservatively, the amount of damage or opportunity lost in 2022 is roughly $1 trillion. Think about it. Unfortunately, I have to use trillions of dollars. Why? Because it's a huge scale. It's a huge scale, and it's just too bad. At least $1 trillion of lost opportunity. So that's the cost of war, minimum, in 2022 alone. Because let's look at the products and services that were transported along Russia, Ukraine, gas, oil, fertilizers, wheat, everything that you need, guys, right? Everything you need to survive. Yeah, let alone, of course, metals and other things. So, huge impact. Sanctions. Let's talk about sanctions. You know that Russia is under tremendous number of sanctions. 11,000 sanctions. If you take all the sanctions in the world, it's still less than what Russia is currently under. Unprecedented sanctions. And how do you fix that? You can't. Russia is too big of a territory, to just remove from the global economy. So we just finished with the coronavirus, and then Russia was hit with this double whammy of sanctions, super sanctions, unprecedented sanctions. And that cannot go unscathed. You can't just walk away scot-free. Inflation, year on year, inflation is running at 8% in the United States. Last time they had this inflation this high, was 40 years ago. So it's unprecedented. And according to global experts, global inflation will be running at around, similar rate, around 8%, give or take. And that's huge. That's huge, and that will impact purchasing power. And, in classic terms, of course, if you're classically trained macroeconomist, then you would say that this inflation is driven by demand, yada, yada, yada. So all that stuff, all the jam. But the problem is that we're talking about supply chain driven inflation. For example, how about that? How are you going to fix that? And let me give you one fact. Kazakhstan is importing inflation from around the world because Kazakhstan is dependent on many goods and services, but we're not the only country that imports. There are countries that are net importers of oil, gas, whatever. So you can import and export inflation, therefore. So there's inflation, and we need to fight inflation, and central bankers are fighting inflation around the world. So one more thing is the policy of tightening. So 5 times the Fed has hiked rates 5 times recently. So the monetary policy is being tightened. Well, let me give you the example. For example, that recently our central bank in Kazakhstan hiked the rate just to combat inflation. And that actually goes to show that the time of cheap money and low rates is gone. And the companies that has major debt, I mean, have to carry this debt, and for them it's a terrible thing. That means bankruptcies. That means that they have to service this debt at higher rates, and this could lead us to debt crisis. And we've seen that before. Yeah, we've seen that before. The previous crises. I mean, this crisis is going to be debt crisis because we've created so much debt with free next to free money because of the war and the pandemic and the supply chain disruptions, etc., etc., etc. All of that leads us, and now with the higher rates, and we get what we get. So it's like a triple whammy, and companies suffer, of course, right? The central bankers have to hike rates, and because of that, companies pay higher rate for their debt. And climate, let's not forget about climate as well. So climate changes are more and more dramatic, and they impact the economy in all sorts of ways. And it's always been like that. Of course, you can talk about the technogenic side of it, but at the same time, let's talk about the natural side, because, well, the planet has a mind of its own, and there's very few things we can do. For example, extremely cold winter in Europe. That means that the gas consumption goes up. Gas consumption in itself, as you know, leads to the fact that I mean, there's lack of it for fertilizers, like for example nitrogen-based fertilizers. So that means that the supply of nitrogen-based fertilizers goes down. So one thing leads to the other. Cold winter, lack of nitrogen fertilizers, and cold winter means high gas demand. And in winter, for example, in Europe it was really cold. Seems like here in Kazakhstan the winter is always cold, but for Europe it's a bit of a tragedy. So anyways, let's talk about summer. Droughts, extremely hot summers, droughts. That means you need more and more water, and because of that you need to invest more in greenhouses and stuff like that, which is again super bad. So extreme temperatures infect everything and affect growth negatively. So according to IMF, around $2.4 trillion. So that's the amount of loss caused by climate change. So from 26 to 36, if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about global temperature going up 1.6 degrees, and that is huge. That's a huge, and that will lead to a major change. So these are just the inklings, the glimpses of the future recession. So, you know, I understand, yeah, some investors and rating agencies and big investment firms have been optimistic thus far, but not anymore. They start to talk about not the technical, but the actual, not paper-based recession, but the actual recession, not the stock market recession, but the real economy recession. And this will definitely affect the world. And like I said, you cannot ignore such things. And I didn't say I will be positive here, but I'm telling you the truth. As long as you have the truth, at least you can operate on that. So I'm giving you facts. It's up to you to carry these facts into practice. So don't shoot the messenger, okay? I'm just here to share. And again, just to recap, we still have coronavirus going on in the world, and the after effects of that, such as supply chain disruptions. We still have war. Some benefit, of course. I'm talking about, for example, weapon manufacturers and stuff like that. So, I mean, but globally, of course, the net impact is negative, for sure. So the war has negative, bad impact on everyone. Inflation, central bankers react by hiking rates. Thus, it leads to debt, crisis, and bankruptcies. So that's pretty much all from me. Thank you very much, and I'm open to questions. Thank you, Nargiz, chairman of the board of Jusan Bank. Well, yeah, this was quite pessimistic, to be honest with you, but yes, we still have faith, and we'll definitely capitalize on. Don't go away too far. We want you here. We want to discuss you, and then ask you several questions, because he's looking forward for the for the cheers and for the round of applause. So let's cheer him up. And
да, вы будете не один, вам составит компанию предыдущие спикеры. А вы думали, все, вылейте нас в холодную воду?
No, you're not here alone, of course, because we have questions to ask, things to discuss. So let's have a debate. Yes, why not? I think that should be important. Okay, guys, without further ado, anyone, please go ahead. Hello. Should I speak in Russian or in English, whichever you prefer? So yesterday, you know that the National Bank of Kazakhstan hiked rate all the way to 16%. And as an entrepreneur, it's bad news for me because the hiking rates in Kazakhstan is now 16%. And now we ushering the time of expensive money. And to me, you know, as a business owner, it feels like when you hike rates so high, 16% is a very high rate. I think that you're not really fighting inflation per se, because inflation in the purest sense of the word is about supply of products. We don't have that much to supply because we don't produce much in our country because we're net importers. So by hiking rates, we're basically shooting ourselves in the foot and we're not letting our own industry develop. So it becomes a vicious circle. By hiking rates, we choke our local production. We're sort of fighting inflation, yet we declare that we want local production to go up and flourish, and Kazakhstan wants to be hub of this, hub of that. But by hiking rates, we're basically fighting inflation, yes, but at the same time, we're not developing the economy. So, and yesterday, by the way, look, Turkey, for example, I'm not saying that Kazakhstan is like Turkey because, you know, Turkish lira devaluated and etc. But somehow, the central bank was actually lowering interest rate by 1.5%, but Kazakh National Bank hiked interest rate. So as experts, what would you say in case of Kazakhstan? Is it the right thing to do? Because we don't have that much of our own production. And when tenge, the local currency, is basically fluctuating and I forgot the economic term for it. So, I mean, 16%, that's very, very high rate. We will never be able to develop local production when debt is so expensive. So is it the right thing to do on behalf of the central bank? It's the wrong thing, etc. Would you like to answer that or should I go? Okay, well, let me start. And I don't want to comment on why Central Bank of Kazakhstan hiked rate, etc. So, I mean, that's the official position of the government, and from the economic standpoint, it's the right thing to do. But let me say this. Please, don't get me wrong. But I've seen time where rates were at 8%, even lower. Yeah? I mean, but, you know, the problems that you're talking about, like local production development, it was still there. So I don't see direct correlation between higher rates, lower rates, but the situation is still there. It hasn't changed. If you really want to do something, you will do it. You will find a way. Where's the will, there's the way. Or else you're going to complain about the rates, about cost of money, etc., etc., etc. So back in the day when rates were lower, how come that we didn't develop local production? You had the opportunity, but you didn't do it. So I do understand that, yes, you need to pay more for the debt. When you go to the bank and get a loan, you need to pay more. But at the same time, there's no direct correlation from the business standpoint. There are companies that grow regardless of that. For example, quite recently, I mean, just recently, we opened a production facility. We co-funded that production facility with a business owner from Chung. It was a brick manufacturing. So they manufacture bricks. It was highly automated, like state-of-the-art production facility. So they're doing it regardless of high rates. Secondly, government subsidies. There are government programs that support entrepreneurs, especially from the most critical industries. You have subsidies from the government, and you should take charge of that. I mean, be it guarantees, be it subsidized rates, etc. So take advantage of subsidies and government help. Again, we can talk about it for hours, but if your specific industry, I don't know what your business is, but if you are one of the so-called priority industries, you can submit papers and get government support. So, I mean, all banks, all major banks, including my bank, support this kind of subsidized rates. So most banks in Kazakhstan actually support this program. So highly recommended. I'm sorry if I don't think I'm dodging the question, but I'm just trying to say that, you know, don't just connect high inflation and poor local growth at the same time. I mean, where there's a will, there's a way.
Let me add 2 or 3 points. further to your question. Inflation today is a global phenomenon. Of course, inflation in Europe is really driven by the problem of supply. You know, we have an increase of energy prices. In the case of the US, it's really a problem of demand, you know. There was higher demand, you know, too much spending by the government, so there was no coordination between fiscal and monetary policy. In emerging market, in the case of Kazakhstan, you know, you have to think about credibility, about the credibility of the central bank. And if you are an investor, if you have a businesswoman, business person, the most important anchor for all of us is macroeconomic stability. If you have inflation, your purchasing power will go down. People are starting to realize, well, I used to go to the supermarket to buy a bottle of milk for €1, and now it's €1.50. So this is not about being against, you know, private companies or against the household. Every country realize that when inflation gets anchored, it can create major unintended consequences for your purchasing power and for everyone. So I think what the central bank is doing is very important credibility of the central bank, because you don't have to have a devaluation. That's also another threat, you know, for any emerging market. So I think I concur, yes, is having interest rate of 17 or 18% is not the most, you know, way to invest. But if you can fight inflation, you can have credibility of the central bank and macroeconomic stability. This is something that's going to benefit all of us here.
Thank you, Mark. Maybe we have more questions. All right. Yeah, just I see the raised up hands.
Пожалуйста, вопросы. Их можно...
Yes, please ask questions. Of course, you can address it to both speakers. I see a man right there in the middle of the room. Okay, so here's the question. There's war, right? Russia versus Ukraine, economic crisis, etc., etc. But pretty much, I mean, we're thinking about future generations, right? We're doing this for the young generations because you have children, right? You have fathers. You're a father, right? You have daughters. You have... What about your children? What kind of life hacks are you providing to your family, to your young daughter or young son as a father? I mean, forget about us. What about your own family? Yeah, and I will address it in Russian. Thank you very much for that. You know, quite recently, by the way, that's exactly what, because my older son is 9 years old, and I asked him, like, who you want to be? What's your dream? And he said, look, I want to, you know, become an inventor. He said, I want to become an investor. And my daughter said, I want to be a singer. Okay, but what about an economist? You'll be a banker, you'll make money and stuff like that. You know, would you like to monetize your inventions, right? You can sing in the night, but you can make money during the day. And you can sort of do both. So you can be creative, but at the same time, you need to also monetize your creation. So children are like that. So they just want to do what they want to do. And for example, I love to work. I'm a workaholic. I never worked a day in my life. Somebody said that if you love what you do, then you'll never spend a day at work. That's me. I love working as my energy, and I love working. That's what my drive and where my energy comes from. So my advice would be, find that. Do what you're strong in, like innately strong. You know, and that's what makes you happy ultimately. And secondly, I remember when I was in south of Kazakhstan, and I was going from school to school, and at the time I was a trainer at KIMAP, at local university, and I was talking to students. And by the way, some of you guys are here. By the way, some of you guys are my students, maybe in the room, because I spent a lot of time as a teacher. So, and I was like, why do you select this particular job? And 50% say, I don't know. Other 50% say, well, because my friend became an economist and I became an economist. So, and some say also, well, this and that, my father influenced me, my parents told me to do that, etc. But very, very few said, I studied it and I know that it's a trend. I'm inspired. I'm passionate about it. And that's why I chose this profession. Very, very few. And then when I asked them, would you like to change something about your life? They'll say, yeah, I want to do marketing. I want to be a singer. I want to do movies. I want to be this and that. So people want to be free, creative, doing what they love, etc. But at the same time, they're stuck doing a job that they hate. So, I mean, but why not be conscious about it? So when I went to one school in south of Kazakhstan, there was like schoolboys. And I was like, what's your dream? Where do you want to be in life? And there was a young girl, and she said, look, I want to be a pilot. She said, I want to be a pilot. So, for example, like Air Astana, you know, that they have women pilots. So this little girl says, I want to be a woman pilot. Yeah, I want to fly jet. So she's so romantic about it. Imagine a young girl, and she already set her eyes on the future. She said, I want to be a pilot when I grow up. And that's absolutely amazing. So as a father, that's the best thing I can impart to my children. Find something that you love, and you'll never spend a day at work. I understand, you know, I'm being philosophical, but, you know, I just recently had the same situation with my children. So, I mean, when you're young, you have still time. Choose properly, choose wisely. Okay. So, and I think it's a very, very... oh, by the way, we have Dr. Aganov here. Dr. Aganov, by the way. And Dr. Aganov will be here shortly with his own presentation because he's also a trainer and teacher. But, Dr. Aganov, please, why don't you ask your question? Yes, hello. And I have a question to Mark. Mark, you said that the world is currently in the middle of the crisis. And this has to do with three things. Too much dependence on cheap Russian energy, too much dependency on cheap Chinese goods, and too much dependency on US defense sector, let's call it that way. And that basically led to the crisis. But I think that the crisis that we're currently living through, maybe you will disagree, but let me say my opinion, and I would like to have a counter-argument. I think it was man-made. It's artificial in a sense. Let me explain why. For example, Europe is currently outraged by the war. I'm Russian, sorry. You know, and people like saying that the Russians have no right to say anything, but I'm Russian. So let me ask you, and you can disagree, by the way, but Russians are bad because they invaded Ukraine. But Americans are good because they invaded pretty much any other country in the world. Yeah, and Europe has no problem dealing with United States. And now they buy, instead of Russian gas, American gas, which is much more expensive. And you don't see it as a problem. Yeah. Secondly, Europe is very dependent on US defense companies because US has military bases in Europe, and there's more and more and more of it, and more troops on the ground in Europe. Europe has no problem with buying expensive energy from the United States, but somehow has problem buying it from Russia. Doesn't make sense. Now, you're cutting ties with China. What about that? China didn't invade anybody. So what's the problem with China? So it seems like it's like a suicidal policy that was man-made, created out of nothing. And I don't know, maybe there's some super, you know, intelligence governing this, but I see this crisis as artificial and man-made. Okay, well, thank you very much for this opinion. So, Mark, please, what say you?
Thank you for your question. Let me first precise my thinking. When I was saying the three dependencies, I was related to Germany, who built this growth model based on, you know, cheap gas from Russia, depending on China for growth and depending on the US for security. I have nothing against the Russian people. I've been to Russia for many times, invited by the central bank and others, and I have a strong admirer of Russian culture and Russian people. But the state of the world today and the Russian invasion of Ukraine has created anarchy in the world. The problem is we used to have rules at a global level, and these rules, you know, are now upside down. So what I'm trying to say here is not to say this is the fault of the US or this is the fault of another country. I try to analyze that the way we have been dealing and living in a period of globalization, I think this chapter is over. And it's clearly seen that the US strategy today is not about Russia, it's about decoupling with China. Because for the US, the next threat against being the super hegemonic power is China, because China is competing with the US in terms of economic weight. And China can contribute, and China can clearly change the international order. And if you read the recent paper that's been released by the US in terms of security for the next 20 years, it single out clearly China as a threat for US security. So I think we are not here to single out this country or another, but we know that we have, unfortunately, a war. We don't know yet what is the end game of this conflict. We know that it has created a major recession in the world. Everyone is impacted. Europe is maybe more impacted than maybe other countries. But at the end, what I think is what we can do here in this important forum conversation is just to try to make contribution to say, the only way out is to come back to the peace negotiations. Let's have the UN. This country has been a vector to bring the key stakeholders for many years, dialogue of relations, Astana format, so let's bring the key players to the table to find a positive outcome for all parties, because it will really help the world and the global economy.
Спасибо. Спасибо, что меня...
Thank you very much for this opinion. And so, look, dear audience, are there any more questions? Maybe one more. Let's take one more question. Oh yeah, right there, from up high. You can shout, by the way. We can hear you, because we can't really run with the microphones. So just. And you need to repeat that using the mic, because we can't hear it. Okay, yeah. So you have the most important question, so that's why we're here. Yes, let me repeat the question for the interpreter. So how will crisis impact online creators? For example, somehow it tells me that there will be a lot less minors in the world. So it's a question to who? So the question was, how will this crisis impact online creators? But you're addressing this question to who? Okay, let me try, and then Mark can join. Thank you for this question. It's a very interesting question. And unfortunately, I've never thought of it. How will this crisis impact online creators? By thinking out, just on the top of my head, there's certain products and services out there that, so the Maslow pyramid, and there's also entertainment. It's definitely not essential. But when it comes to entertainment, like music, like blogging and vlogging and online influencers and stuff like that, so because it's part of the entertainment, I think that this industry is, yes, will be affected, but not as much. I think that we're not going to lose it, and we're definitely not going to see bankruptcies of singers and rappers and online YouTubers and whatnot. That will be affected, but not that much. I believe that there will be much more demand for it, because compared to real economy. If you look at luxury goods, for example, like the so-called discretionary products, not bread and butter. So I believe that some of the luxury brands will suffer, right? Because you're going to be more stingy. But when it comes to content, look at YouTube, for example. Right now, you can get an MBA via YouTube. Think about it. It has amazing lectures, amazing courses. You just can log in on YouTube right now and get your MBA. But if you look at the popularity of clips and music videos and stuff like that, vis-a-vis education, it's much more popular. So what I'm saying is, clip makers, beat makers, whatever makers, all these online influencers, they will suffer, but not that much. You will keep the audience, because I know that that's your business. Yes, the format will change somewhat, but they'll be okay. They'll be okay, because it's such a booming industry. There's so much going on. All you need is an iPhone, by the way, because iPhone, it created this camera. It's absolutely amazing. You can shoot professional videos. Because it's my opinion. I think they'll be okay. They'll be all right, especially in our country. Because we love entertainment, right? So there will always be demand for entertainment. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mark. Maybe you can add something on this regard.
There is a famous Chinese proverb: when there is a crisis, you will have also opportunities. So think about resilience and think about opportunities, and whatever the gloomy scenario that we outlined today with my colleagues here about the short-term prospect of the global economy, but also the long-term prospect, there is still room for creativity and for resilience, and I encourage all of you, really to move, because at the end, this is about not only your country, but the prospect of growth, inclusive growth, zero net economy. So there are some very important challenges moving forward, and you need to rise to the occasion.
Thank you, Mr. Uzan. It was Mark Uzan, Executive.
Thank you very much, Mark Uzan from Reinventing Bretton Woods Committee. And of course, a round of applause to our speakers, of course, and chairman of Jusam Bank, Laureate. Thank you very much. And can I ask one more question? One more question. Okay, only for you. But this is not free lunch. You have to pay for it. You know, just joking. Anyways, ask a question. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. And I think that everybody is pretty much blown away. And of course, we know what's happening in the global economy. We know what's happening with the war, etc., etc. But the question I have is, what kind of advice would you give to private retail investors or just, you know, regular people in terms of preserving their capital and at least the minor appreciation of capital over time regarding the inflation, regarding the recession that's looming out there? What kind of financial advice would you give so that we can preserve capital and grow it over time? Yeah, would you like to answer or should I? Yeah. Good choice.
Okay, thank you. Well, по инвестициям, наверное.
In terms of investments, I don't know how savvy you are, and I don't know how much you know about me and my bank, but you know, I'm an investment banker by background, and as it was just mentioned, crisis is an opportunity. Yes, it's like a Chinese, you know, ladder. It says crisis and opportunity at the same time. So some of the best companies in the world were born in the middle of the crisis. S&P 500 will definitely go down. Some of the investment brokerage companies are talking about, you know, it's currently 370, so it's got to go down to like 2,300 and stuff like that. So definitely got to be much lower. And that's an opportunity. Invest, invest, invest. You know, girls know what I'm talking about. When price goes down, it's about discounts. Buy low, sell high. So it's never waste a great recession. So when all of that stuff goes down, buy it, time it properly, and buy it. But the question is, what do you do now? How do you make money? How do you preserve your capital when interest rates are high? So look at deposits, right? Short-term bonds, everything that pays good interest rate. Because when the rates go up, it's good to invest, you know, in the deposits and stuff like that as a short-term mitigation. So first of all, invest. First of all, wait on the sideline by investing in deposits, because, you know, if you look at deposits, I'm absolutely sure that deposit rates will go up. So I mean, you can get really, really good return on just a basic term deposit. So, and that means that you won't be making more than 1% net per month. Secondly, wait for the bottom and then take it out of the bank and invest in stocks, because there will be recovery. There's always a recession and then the recovery. So buy it on dips, but at the very bottom. But there's one thing that you need to take care of. The best possible investment is in you, in education. Invest in yourself. So this, you are your best asset. If you can, you know, upgrade your skills, now is the time to do it. I mean, it's great at any age, but how about making yourself more competitive? How about investing in your skills? How about, because education is something that nobody can take away from you. So this is investment for life. So this is the best. But then when it comes to money, so I've just said it. Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. Pretty much appreciate it. And we need to move on. And of course, give us a big hand, guys. Give these speakers a big hand. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
А сейчас, дамы и господа.
So without further ado, we're going to move on to our online session, but that's coming up to this very short break.
Эксперимент жаса да, өзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы. Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Өзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді, фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер, қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айнала ма? Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
The Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Hajiyev University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship academic mobility and double-degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Hajiyev University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Hajiyev University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. A Wesowski university that has united history and modernity today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Am the nominally
Что такое?
and am the nominally Olivia Professor of Education at Stanford University. I'm British, I live in California now, but I started my academic career at King's College London. I moved to Stanford, and then I was at Sussex University for a while, and now back at Stanford. And as this conference is about educational innovation, I thought I would share with you a really important innovation that I believe is really important for humanity. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. I won't be presenting research as much as I'll be sharing this new initiative. And we're calling it a data revolution. And I'm actually in partnership in this initiative with Steve Levitt, who is an economist, wrote Freakonomics. But I'm also working on this initiative through my center at Stanford, which is called UCubed. If you haven't been to the center, it's really to generate lots of important resources around mathematics, teaching, and learning. If you'd like to follow up on any of the ideas I'm sharing, I have a couple of books, one written for maths teachers and one written for teachers of any subject, or actually not only teachers, but anybody. But I'm going to present today on why it's so important that we bring data science more centrally into K-12 education. So this statistic is a very interesting one. 90% of the world's data has been collected in the last 2 years, just telling us about the importance of the time we're in right now, in this data-filled world that we live in, and how important it is that we help students develop data literacy. We have developed a picture book you can find on UCubed to help students get the ideas of the importance of data science, and also help them become data literate. All of our young people now are giving away their data with all of the apps they use, and we think it's important that students become more aware of that. Data science is not the same as statistics. I think, unfortunately, it doesn't have to be like this, but in many schools, statistics is taught as a set of methods to learn, whereas data science starts with real data sets. Students are using data, hopefully from their own community, which helps them feel a sense of community belonging. And they have more open discussions where there isn't one right answer. And they're also learning a bit of coding, they're learning to use technology. Data science is a naturally cross-curricular subject. I'm very passionate about bringing it into mathematics, but we could think about ways that any subject teacher could bring data more centrally into their teaching. And I love that data science is beginning now as a field in a very inclusive way. It's being presented as a subject that anybody can learn, unlike the way mathematics has been presented over the years. So I thought I'd share by sharing a little video that comes from Stanford, from the women in data science movement who are really passionate about keeping data science as an equitable subject.
Data science can be found everywhere, shaking up almost every aspect of our daily lives. But most people really hadn't heard of it until about 10 years ago. It's one of the fastest growing fields today, so there's a ton of opportunities for everyone to be involved. Anyways, what is data science? In a nutshell, data science combines data collection from sources like social media and satellite images, faster and cheaper computer systems, foundational math and statistics, and data visualization. Together, these things give us helpful information for making decisions and tools to make our world a better place. Now, imagine you're relaxing at home and you've just finished rewatching the series finale of your favorite show. Whatever will you watch now that it's over? The fact that your streaming service keeps suggesting teen dramas isn't a coincidence. As you can probably imagine, data science can be used to solve other bigger real-world problems. It's a field that requires constant collaboration amongst people with a variety of backgrounds and expertise. Diversity and teamwork are essential, particularly when data is used to help tackle big challenges like healthcare or food or energy supplies. Having a broad set of perspectives helps us avoid bias and other unintended consequences.
So you can find more of that really interesting video from their website. But in the US and in many countries in the world, one maths pathway has dominated teaching for generations. And that is a pathway to calculus. And in fact, the current sequence of courses in the US, Algebra, Geometry, Algebra 2, was created in the 1800s, and it was created to help prepare students for calculus. But if we look at the proportion of students in the US who actually get to calculus, it's a tiny proportion. And I really think we should question, are we teaching students the right mathematics? I organized a data science conference at Stanford in February of this year and invited Konrad Wolfram, who is one of the leaders of Wolfram Alpha, a really important mathematician. And I want to share with you a little video of his presentation on the day, which I think really helps us think about the mathematics we're teaching in schools.
Right, but if you're talking about the math subject that you deem is important for everyone to learn, I would say that you have to conclude in the end that that's the purpose of it. So here's a typical example that I love to show about where computation, in a sense, and doing things by hand can work differently from conceptual understanding. So here's a simple equation that basically everybody has to learn how to solve by hand at school. But you see, it's very strange because when you, for example, put a simple change to that in this, you get a slightly more complicated answer. And this is one that people typically don't learn how to do after years of schooling. And in fact, it gets slightly worse than this, because if I talk to my phone and I say, solve x cubed plus 2 equals 2y and y minus x equals 5, Siri willing. The answer is x2 equals 33. Okay, so it's actually done the numerical result for some reason, but you can see that it's gone and computed this and even done a nice little plot of what it's done and so forth from alpha going through Siri. I'm going to shut it up there. So the question you've got to ask is, if I can talk to my phone in 20 seconds and get an answer to a question that most students after 10 years of study cannot answer, why the hell are we getting them to do that and not something different that empowers them further and doesn't do something that the computer can do much better than them?
That full presentation is on YouTube. So how did I get involved in this data science movement? I actually received a phone call from somebody, a little unusual for me, not in education, not in mathematics. His name is Steve Levitt. He's an economist, as I mentioned. He wrote Freakonomics. And he asked me, will you help me try and change high school mathematics? And I said, absolutely yes. So he put together this advocacy group, some pretty important and influential people on the group. And there was also a really interesting Freakonomics episode about the need to change mathematics worldwide, and you can access that. But here you see some really interesting data. This is the proportion of high school courses schools in the students in the United States are in. And you can see very clearly from this data set that the majority of students don't reach calculus. So we really have to ask the question, not only Conrad's question is the mathematics outdated, but are we even teaching the right mathematics? The people in the Freakonomics put out a survey on their website. They have about 8 million people on their website, and asked them, what maths do you use in your everyday life? And this graph is just showing the results of what most people answered, which is the daily and the never categories. And I think you'll see pretty clearly a very big emphasis on data, and not many people saying that they're using the maths that's emphasized in schools. They were a bit worried that their Freakonomics group is highly professional, skewed towards men. So I repeated this survey with a group of education leaders in California and got these results. I'll put both survey results side by side, and you'll see very similar results. So I think the question of how can we update the mathematics students are learning is very important. In February, I invited a group of people to Stanford to discuss this issue of, are we teaching the right mathematics? And I started off by inviting the open-minded mathematicians I know. Steve Strogatz came over from Cornell, Conrad Wolfram flew in from England, Talithia Williams, lots of great mathematicians. But then more people wanted to come, so we ended up having data scientists and policymakers and all sorts of leaders. Stanford released a press release from the event that I want to share with you, a video from this press release.
We know that the mathematics curriculum that's currently in schools, the maths that students are learning, is really outdated. The world has changed dramatically in recent years, yet our maths curriculum has stayed the same. And in fact, the sequence of high school courses that are in the US, algebra, geometry, was actually created in the 1800s, which is kind of mind-blowing. So we really urgently need to teach kids the maths they're actually going to use in their lives and work and courses.
I believe data science really opens up, both within math classes, but more broadly within education, ways for children to become the discoverers of knowledge as opposed to the recipients of the brilliance of past generations. So at a very practical level, data science is useful because data science is increasingly becoming part of what you do.
We really need to get mathematicians at the table if we're going to change high school maths. So it started off with inviting about 10 mathematicians to come today at Stanford. We ended up having data scientists, there are high school teachers, and policymakers are here, people from the universities are here. So we've really brought together those people that we think can make this movement happen.
This is a rare opportunity to gather with experts, other educators, researchers to discuss what is it going to really take to make data science education accessible and valuable for students.
It's a very exciting group that's been put together, and I think it shows tremendous promise for being able to actually spearhead a change. This change will happen. I think the opportunity is to make it happen in the best way possible, enfranchising the largest number of people as we go.
I believe that all of us need to know how to look at data, how to understand data, and to have the expertise to work in the modern economy. So much of every person's job in the future is going to involve some aspect of data, as we've seen data explode in terms of how it's being collected and how it's being used. I really think this is such an incredible opportunity to bring people together to make this change in the education system.
This really seems to have the potential to change the maths in school, change it from a very procedural, meaningless subject for most kids into something that they can see is useful in the world and feel empowered to use that mathematics in the world.
There are some really interesting initiatives already happening. The new SAT, which may not survive in the current climate, but they had shifted to make 20% of the questions be data analysis. LA Unified, one of the largest school districts in California, designed an introduction to data science course a couple of years ago. Thousands of students have already taken it, and it's very successful. Many college majors, courses, require statistics and data science actually more than require calculus. And so I think we should start to recognize that. And I'm also working with Stanford at the moment to change their admissions statement so that it doesn't lay out that it really just wants kids working to calculus, but really acknowledges we could have different pathways in schools, such as a pathway in data science. The University of California has already issued a statement saying statistics is really important, but those ideas are not really impacting schools enough yet. I am one of the writers of a new framework that's going out in California in 2021, and that in that framework we are going to highlight data science as one of the most important areas mathematically. I'm also excited about the equity implications of a data science pathway. Sadly, calculus is a very inequitable pathway in the United States. Often students are filtered into different pathways in 6th grade when they're sort of 11 or 12, and from that point it's decided who can get to calculus. So there seems to be a lot wrong with that, and we hope that when data science comes out more widely, it will be an equitable pathway. It will be, all students will be invited into it. I wanted to share some resources. My center at Stanford, in collaboration with Google, is writing at the moment a new high school one-year data science course. It's going to incorporate free tools such as Google and encourage teachers to bring in their own data sets so students can work on their own data in their own communities. We have other resources that are there too. I have a new online class that's introducing teachers to data science and teaching. We opened it in July. We've already had over 13,000 teachers are inside the course. You can find all of this on YouTube. We have units of really exciting data science work that are sort of grades 6 to 10. And an initiative we're starting is the idea of all teachers of any subject area starting their lessons with what we're calling a data talk. So the New York Times every week highlights a really interesting data visualization and asks these great questions. What do you notice? What do you wonder? What's going on in this graph? Not closed questions, but open questions that invite students to share their thinking. And many different kinds of data visualizations can be used. This is one of the ones I like. You just put it up in front of students and ask them, what do you notice? What's interesting to you? So there's quite a lot going on in this graph about dogs. As we can see, there's 4 axes. There's 4 quadrants rather, 2 different axes. It's somewhat complicated. We can have data visualizations like this. We can have more complicated ones that require higher degrees of data literacy that may be great with older students. A graph like this, for example, is more appropriate for older students. There's a lot for them to see and think about. So the idea of a data talk is you just put it up in front of students and ask them, what do you notice? And then have a discussion with them. You could bring in all sorts of different subject areas. We could use data visualizations with kindergartners and first graders that require them to interpret, but not at such high levels of data literacy. This is a graph that's showing us the percentage of the population in the world that's undernourished. As you'll notice, some of these data visualizations don't really have a lot of numbers, but still extremely important. This is a data visualization that's inside my online class that's taken from the Pew Center and gives a couple of different ways of thinking about data on books people have read. So I'll just finish by saying we have lots of resources on our website. We invite you to have a look and think about bringing data science. If you're a leader of education, helping teachers become aware of the importance of this new form of knowledge that we need in the 21st century. If you're a teacher yourself, thinking about ways of bringing data into your teaching. This, as I mentioned at the beginning, seems to me to be our moral imperative as we send our students out into this newly data-filled world. So I hope I've left you with some interesting things to think about. Come to ucubed.org to see more. Thank you very much.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табыла ма? Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айнала ма? Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Итак, уважаемые зрители, вот мы и собрались. Если вы подтвердились, или вам хорошо, понравилось, все наелись, все в порядке, потому что у нас впереди очень интересные темы и довольно много спикеров, так что...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And of course, when you had lunch, whatever, so you're falling asleep, maybe, but let's enjoy the knowledge that is being imparted by these amazing speakers. So one of these speakers is currently in the green room waiting to get on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, right now, this very moment, it is my pleasure to invite someone who's behind science, someone who's founded the Crystallography Commission and is the chairman of the International Union of Crystallography, Dr. Artem Aganov, who is here to talk about, by the way, a very special technique on how to train students, because he's a renowned professor, so he's here to share his life hacks. Wow, look at him. That's a professional, right? That's a professional walk. Look at the catwalk here. Excellent. Doing great job. And by the way, let's listen to the wisdom and maybe take notes, yeah? And who knows, maybe that this approach will become like widely accepted in Kazakhstan. Who knows? Welcome, Professor. Welcome. We enjoyed your lecture thoroughly yesterday, so expecting the same today. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm here today to talk about my personal experience, because yesterday I was here as a scientist, as an active scientist in charge of real scientific things and challenges. Today I'm speaking wearing a different hat as a parent. I speak as a parent, as someone who wants to make sure that my kids grow up to be wise, strong, powerful, independent, so that children enjoy actually living on this planet. So, and I thought to myself, well, at a certain point, well, I had this simple idea. Okay, I'm a scientist. I study this world. I research this world. Endlessly curious about the world. So why not share this admiration for the world that I have as a scientist, admiration for the unknown, with my own children? Because, you know, I have many children. So, I mean, I have critical mass for the demand. So why not use my children as the audience? So at a certain point of time, I decided to act upon it. I truly believe that education, and by the way, the clicker works, doesn't work. Can you flip the slide, please, for me? Flip the slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So I truly believe that education should be governed by diversity. You know, the more flowers bloom, the better. All sorts of flowers, like jungle. So I came up with my own philosophy and format. So I don't take, you know, my kids go to regular school. They don't go to boarding school and private school, whatever. So they're still part of the regular process. But on weekends, I do something special for them. I have my own teaching approach. So, and I apply it to my children on weekends. Well, first of all, I promote the culture of why. So, trying to inspire curiosity, trying to get to the bottom of things, of why things are this way versus that way, etc. And a wise man said that things are exciting only in the sense that they're connected to other things. There's certain, you know, key things that, like atoms, for example, right? I mean, it's important for chemistry, biology, physics, etc., because it's connected to many different areas. So that's what you should study more deeply. Thirdly, I'm just a man. I'm only a human being. Yeah, there are known knowns and known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. Socrates said that I know that I don't know. So I'm not afraid of my not knowing things that I don't know. If I don't know something, that's what I say, just like right like that. Sorry, I don't know. Maybe I can get to the bottom of it and explain if I find the answer. So I'm a seeker. A scientist is not a know-and-know. A scientist is someone who can find an answer. A scientist is someone who spends his life learning. That's what it's all about. I'm a theoretician, of course. You know, I make, you know, formulas. I create new computational ways. I create new concepts, etc. But as a theoretician, I know for sure that the most important knowledge comes from experiments. So we run multiple experiments with my kids. And experiments give you answers to questions, but the moment you give answer to a question, it creates another one, and another one, and another one. So this leads me to this concept that I call it's like a creeping education, because you look at the concept, and then it moves and morphs into something else, and again, and again, and again, and again. Let me demonstrate. So, and finally, of course, something that was created in ancient Rome, decendodicimus. The Latins used to say, you learn by teaching. Seneca, I think, said that you learn by teaching. I truly believe that. It was very popular in the Middle Ages. So when you teach, you also learn in the process. Now, speaking of my own concept, this creeping education, and I actually had an article, Kommersant newspaper, one of the most popular one in Russia. It had very good reviews. So that's me and my children. That's how we approach this concept of education. So I thought to myself, look, first of all, I need to put some fire in the belly. How do I do that? The best thing is when you start from clean slate. You don't have any equipment, you don't have any devices, you don't have any instruments, nothing. So back in the day, why not start with history? Telling stories. Storytelling can excite anyone. Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great, that was a dreamer. He wanted to conquer the world. And his father, Philip, actually found him the best possible teacher and mentor in that time. Aristotle. Yes, Aristotle was the mentor of Alexander the Great. And the boy made it. So, and I made adjustments because that guy was quite brutal. He killed a lot of people. But he achieved his dream. Yes, he conquered. He didn't just complain and whine, but he did a lot. In a very short period of time, when I told the story, my children absolutely loved it. And that's how we took a deep dive into the history. And then I moved to my favorite subject of chemistry. So through storytelling, my children learn geography, because when you look at Alexander the Great's invasions and you know where Greece is, where Egypt, small Asia, Persia, India, etc., you naturally learn history and learn geography. I didn't do anything special. You can teach geography through history, and then we took a big step forward. We started from Stone Age, then Bronze Age, and all the way to now. And the moment I mentioned bronze, it's about chemistry, because bronze and chemistry are two sides of the same coin. I said, guys, how about we go to my garage and let me show you what bronze is. And we melted our own bronze. We melted, we melted a lead and then bronze. And I explained what makes stone different from metal, because metal is pliable, etc., etc. So, and that's what created revolution in humankind, economic revolution. See, Bronze Age ushered a revolution through metals, and so we still study chemistry and also physics and biology, and we also use telescope. So at night we'll look at the stars. So that's how I train my kids. By the way, can we have the next slide? And there will be a short video. Okay, please press it and play it for us. Artemy Lebedev, world famous on the physical properties. You can read this amazing interview in Kommersant. Professor Aganov is an amazing inventor, and by the way, rarely you can read an interview that is so amazing. He's a great guy, great scientist, has a great, attitude to life and people. So I read the article and learned a lot, especially about the fact that chemical elements, behave completely differently when you apply extreme pressure. So, and of course, all that thanks to Artem Aganov. And I would like to have that kind of chemistry teacher that can actually tell exciting stories, not the way it is done in high school. I mean, for these textbooks that don't that cause people to forget about chemistry altogether. Okay, some of the things that we do. I mean, we run multiple experiments and stuff like that. So, you might think that me, Professor Aganov, wasting time on teaching children, despite the fact that it's being done at schools. Why wasting time? Is you donating time? What are you doing? Sacrificing? No. It turns out that the main beneficiary is myself. I do it for myself by answering simple questions, by planning out my lessons with kids. I actually started questioning myself, and that led me to publishing some of the best articles, such as, Natural Communications. And that article came out of my garden experiments with my children. So these are some of the things that we produce in laboratory. For example, the story where Archimedes actually used a set of mirrors to conquer Roman ships. Archimedes used to live in Sicily, one of the greatest minds of humanity. And the legend said that he used a set of mirrors and burned down vessels, of enemy ships. He could actually point, solar beams through mirrors. Well, there's only one way. And Archimedes actually used a parabolic mirror. So I went on AliExpress and shipped it. Came to me. And we did the same experiment right away. It was winter, so the best time to do it. So here we go. And that actually gave me this idea. And I said, look, this is a parabolic mirror. Why? because it's shaped as parabola. It's a parabolic shape. So we discussed the function, we draw it, we mapped it out, and this kind of mirror is also used so that you can collect, like for example, like solar dish, for example, or telescopes. I mean, satellite dish is based on that. So you basically, that the rays are parallel. So, but when you shape a parabola, you can actually force them to connect in one place. If it's solar beams, then it's going to be really, really hot. And that's what burns any Roman ship to the ground. And you can also, of course, focus it to create audio and video reception. And that's how satellite television works. And look at this. This is a tiny parabolic mirror. This is how it works. So they say that Archimedes actually used this kind of mirrors to defend his native land from the invasion of Roman ships by burning them in the middle of the sea. So basically, it's a parabolic mirror. Basically, it collects beams, sunbeams, and focuses them to go for the same point, which creates a lot of heat. So that's the point. It creates very, very high temperature. It basically melts everything and burns everything on its path. So sunbeams basically come into this, and then they collect in one point. So I went online, purchased this stuff, made in China, of course. So, and let me run this tiny experiment and see whether it works. Let me focus it on the surface and see how good it is. See, almost instantly, see, it starts the burning. It's already, I don't know if you see it, but the paper is already burning. Yeah, it's already burning. It's on fire. It's a piece of paper. Instantly, see, it's that easy. All it takes is creativity and $15 of, online purchasing online, and that's it. Next slide, please. So how about this one? We have our own meteor. Yes, by the way, speaking of melting iron, from oxides we created our own meteor, which mimics the space meteors. This is our garage, and this is what we did, and we now starting a chemical analysis of that. And I tried to create a composition of iron that is really close to meteors, the ones that were found, the ones that hit the Earth. So, and then I will take it to professionals that have studied meteors, like playing a game. Let's see if they can actually identify whether it's a real meteor or a fake. Okay, guys, let's create a substance that is very similar to what meteors are made of, and then we'll take it to real scientists and see if they can tell the difference. Okay, so it's magnesium silicate and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what, space objects are made of. So let's try to create it. I mean, some are made of iron, some are made of stone, some made of combination of the two. But the point is that we can basically combine it together, and then we'll take this and see if the scientists can tell the difference between a real meteor, a piece of meteor from a museum, and something that I created in my garage. So my younger son's name is Alexander. He's 4 years old. So we compounded several elements, set them on fire so that it starts a chemical reaction, and it produces the right substance that we need. So let's try to do it. Okay, take a step back, son. Leave this to the adults. Let's see what happens when you add phosphorus, because it's highly flammable. So basically it's a thermite reaction. I mean, extreme temperatures, and essentially it creates this nickel type alloy. So like I said, we also, created our own matches, by the way. It's pure chemistry. So we created our own fireworks. We created our own rocket fuel, by the way. We didn't just create regular firecrackers, but we actually improved on that tremendously. Can we show a video, by the way? It's pretty amazing. I think it goes really, really well. How about that? Look at that, huh? Looks really nice. Actually better than the original. We used baby food can, by the way, cracked immediately. The firecrackers are, you know, go all the way like 1 meter high, which is a very good result. Next slide, please. Again, just for the sake of time. Can you click on it? So here's my son. He's on the plane, and he loves chemistry. He talks about chemistry because he's a fan of chemistry. So he takes, I took sulfur and then zinc, and then I took something else. So I put it in a can, and then I put it on, set it on fire, and then it does all these flames. So basically, his little boy, he doesn't have all the terms, but essentially that's what he said. So basically, what he's saying that it created a very violent reaction. So what was the final product? After all the burning, what was the final product? Do you know the final product? It's basically a thing that actually shines in ultraviolet. So you can see it in ultraviolet, yeah. It's a zinc sulfate, by the way. It's called zinc sulfate. Because we're in a rush, so let me speed up. So the benefit here is not just through articles and being popular, but it's actually a book. So you see, I published several books, and this publisher calls me and says, hey, how about creating a book for children? I said, why not? Yes, why not? I'll do it for my children. So I created a book. It was actually published three weeks ago in Russia and in Kazakhstan too. It's a bestseller. It's a bestseller in 2 editions, and we're working on the next edition of this book. Basically, it's chemistry for the non-chemists. Now, and of course, in Russia, there's a concept called the crystal tree of knowledge, where children can actually grow crystals and get awards. I mean, for the best crystal grown. So this is what we did. We applied for the contest. It's called O3. 3 Aganovs, yeah, Adriana, Lev, and Alexander, yeah, me and 2 of my children. Next slide, please. Look at this. We've grown our own crystals. I mean, we did it, you know, in a home, in a backyard. For that, we used fertilizers. We just went to regular shop and purchased some fertilizers. Like we went to like regular food store and purchased some ingredients and used some reagents and stuff like that. So anyways, I mean, it's all like anyone can do it. See, it's beautiful, like chrome crystals grown just out of regular stuff. Or this one, for example, you see this crystal grows, it changes color and becomes this beautiful. I think it looks beautiful, pretty amazing. And we created several dozens, the big ones like this and the shiny. And my children gave it as gifts to their friends in school. And then I think I would give them a crystal for doing a good job or for excelling at school, etc. We also grown crystals of lead. See, it's the Petri dish, and I think it looks beautiful. This is a crystal of lead that grows in the Petri dish. And this is a copper, so which is copper. So I mean, they call them dendrite because dendros is tree in Greek. So we discussed with my kids, like, how come they look like a tree? Or how come that when there's thunder and lightning, it creates the same pattern? Or how come that when you crack a window, it creates the same pattern? It's not common knowledge. This is also copper and nickel that we grew through electricity. Yeah, so that's the kind of approach for the contest. And that's the souvenir. We didn't, it was a side product. We just, it was copper nitrate. And lo and behold, we saw this beautiful thing. It's almost like, I don't know what, it's an animal, something poetic. So that's just a regular, just random copper crystal. And with that, I'd like to finish my presentation and call upon everyone to think about what you can do for your children. And as usual in life, you receive by giving. When you give, trust me, based on my knowledge, you will receive much more than you give. So Never stop giving. Well, first of all, thank you and congratulations on your bestseller. Amazing books for children. And of course, I mean, you're investing so much more in the future of humanity because children is the future. Children is about happiness. And for many, many people, it's just the way of life. So we still have time for questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, so why not? For the second time, we have a unique opportunity to ask questions. So go ahead, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you for this amazing lesson. So, what is the best age where you should start for children? Like how young? I mean, from birth, by the way. The moment the baby is born, you can start right there. You know, the thing is that we do understand that children start becoming conscious from age 3 and 4, but there's also subconscious. Even a tiny little baby, toddler, even if the person is unconscious, you can still teach him. But the most important thing that's happening is those 12 months. So you start, you know, right away. You don't wait. This is very, very important if you really want to shape personality. So even if your children are small, they don't talk, even if they don't remember, it still goes deep into their experience. So it's part of the culture. So, and children actually distinguish words very, very early. So, I mean, it basically shapes up their world. So start early, and when you teach your children this way, it's difficult. It's got to be difficult right off the bat. So storytelling is great because, you know, storytelling is like so universal for all of us. So basically, it's like you're creating a jigsaw puzzle. That's what storytelling is. But sometimes you see the elements, but you don't see the picture on top. Okay, well, my education system is based on blending all the puzzles together, but eventually you will see a picture on top. Eventually, yeah? That's the point. But then later, when the puzzle is designed and it looks like a final picture, when you see a very good connection, and that's where children start appreciating it. But you need to be patient. Right off the bat, piece by piece, you need to invest and add more and more pieces together. So even if you believe that children don't understand you, even if you think that the children don't understand you, they will never remember it, they don't talk, stuff like that, do it. You are creating the foundation for future learning. That's what's important, and only when you do it consciously, but make sure that they have fun. Especially don't go them with the formulas and stuff like that, of course. Make it fun. Show them how matches are made. Show them how firecrackers are made. Show them how Archimedes burned enemy fleet. Trust me, they will get instantly excited about it. Excellent recommendation. Thank you so much. That's all the time we have. So we need to rush, and because we have several speakers ahead of you. So thank you so much for an amazing lecture, amazing presentation. I have this as a mother. I am so happy that there are men like you. Seriously, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Mr. Arganov. Excellent, excellent. So time to move on.
And now let me welcome our 2011 laureate of the Nobel Peace Prize, journalist, human rights activist and politician. Please welcome Tavakkul Karman. Mrs. Karman really wanted to come to us to Kazakhstan, but unfortunately, due to some circumstances, this year she is joining us online. We are very glad and grateful that she found the time to join us.
Да, мы очень ждали нашу уважаемую...
Yes, exactly. We've been looking forward to her, and it seems like we're gonna fail, but she's here for our sakes. This 5th Nobel Fest, she's here, and we're so happy to have her. And she's a well-known, world-known, human rights activist, and some say that she's the Iron Lady of the Middle East. Well, let's see whether she's made of iron. She's joining us online, by the way, and she's from Yemen. Yes, she's the Iron Lady of Yemen, by the way, which is actually twice as exciting because you know that Tavakkul went against the system. She's a woman, and she's a human rights activist. And I know what's happening in Iran, by the way, the revolution. She's Muslim, And the fact that she's fighting inequality, the fact that she's been fighting for the human rights, she's been fighting for the rights of women, and because of that, she's faced so much pressure. And that's why her life and the results that she's achieved are absolutely amazing. She's a distinguished human rights activist because en route to her victory, she had to combat and overcome and champion over adversity. So she's called the Iron Lady, a beautiful woman, and she's smart, she's beautiful. So give her a big, big hand. Let's give her a big, big hand.
So happy to be with you. We wanted to be with you in this Nobel Fest. I admire this event, and I really want to visit Kazakhstan again because I visited Kazakhstan years ago. So I really love Kazakhstan and Kazakh people. So thank you so much, and peace be upon all of you. You asked me to talk about the children and their future in areas of wars and armed conflict. And you asked me to answer about what you don't know about the war in Yemen. The word war means a lot to us as a Yemeni people. It's linked in our mind to many tragedies, pains, and various forms of implications and effects to have turned our life, into a nightmare. Since our theme, as I said, revolves around children and future, my talk will be centered around the war in my country, Yemen, that has suffered and is still suffering from. The war acts as a devastating machine whose effects do not stop and undermining the entire society, but extend also to destroy its present and future, and then children are the most affected. Just a few weeks ago, 10 children died in a hospital in the city of Sana'a, which is the capital, which is controlled by Houthi militia, as a result of receiving doses of expired treatments, while the survivors are still suffering from the consequences. All these children have received treatment for cancer under very poor health conditions, especially after 8 years of war, and also after 8 years of the coup of the Houthi militia. So the war waged by Saudi, Emirates, and also the militia coup that is supported by Iran. So this is just a picture of what is experienced by the children in Yemen. The Houthi militia bears the responsibility for negligence, as it is not enough to lay full blame on the blockade on Yemen and on the resulting medicine shortage. In various Yemeni cities during the war years, a series of effects have affected the children and their lives. Population centers and civilian facilities of these cities were subjected to airstrike by the Saudi-led coalition with Emirates, and to artillery shells by the militias. Thousands of children have been killed as a result of a direct targeting of residential areas, and other tens of thousands and their families have fled for safety to other areas, some of which are lacking in basic of life. In the city of Taiz, another city in Yemen, the most suffering and besieged for 8 years, sniper operations and targeting residential neighborhoods have not stopped. which has resulted in thousands of deaths among children and civilians in general, not to mention those who were killed during hostilities and war escalation. In fact, time is not enough to show all the atrocities and violations against children in Yemen as a result of the war. The effects of war are not limited to direct casualties, since all aspects of life have been affected and collapsed and or destroyed. A war destroys the present and makes children face an uncertain future, shocking horrors and tragedies due to wars and civil and armed conflicts. Create an environment where children, in particular, are most affected. Shelling, sniping, as I said, hitting residential areas, displacement, lack of food, collapse of educational and health institutions are concrete examples for the children in areas of war and violent conflict are living. The collapse of education in Yemen as a result of the war takes many tangible and intangible manifestations. Education has stopped for years. More than 2 million children have dropped out of schools, and thousands of families have been unable to provide education for children in other areas, escaping the fires of war. Educational institutions have been destroyed, even those who had the opportunity to go to school in the areas under the control of Houthi militia backed by Iran, have fallen victim to forced recruitment and extremist ideas. The Houthi militia has made changes to education curriculum and turned schools into centers to spread the culture of violence and hatred and mobilize against everyone outside the circle of militia and its culture. The summer camps have been misused to spread extremism and recruit children and through them into battlefront. International organizations have reported information about thousands of children soldiers killed on the war ground, while others were captured and only a small number of them received rehabilitation sessions before being released in prisoner exchanges. Hence, children in general will be the most in need of rehabilitation in the post-war period, but not only those who were recruited or revolved in the war. Millions of children in Yemen exist in areas experiencing armed confrontation, and hundreds of thousands of children have been displaced. The state collapse has led Yemeni children to live in cities where state services, including health and education services, have collapsed, as I said before, and under conditions where state employees are not paid. The state employees are not paid, further, compensating, the living situation of the children families and making them unable to meet even their, minimum basic needs. So this is, the most important, suffering of the children in Yemen. So the war and the state collapse are throwing millions of children in Yemen into open, into the open, to face their fate without any protection. UN and international initiatives, needs, to protect the children from the effects of war, and all the international community. And, we need to protect the children from the effects of war and armed conflict, and to provide aid, nutrition, and health care for children, particularly, the displaced, are not a sustainable solution in time of state collapse, wars, and starvation. However, such initiative remain an international humanitarian duty. So it's very important that efforts to stop conflicts, restore stability, and establish the rule of law are essentially required to protect children and their communities alike. Are here, the humanitarian aspect comes to complement such effort and, not as a substitute, of them and vice versa. So this is what, the situation in Yemen. Yemeni people, Yemeni children are suffered from this ugly war that waged by Saudi Arabia, by Emirates, and by Iran as a collapse. Last thing that I want to say, that Yemeni people and Yemeni children will not give up, on their way and in their struggle and in their dreams and their insistence to reach to a stable country, a democratic country. So all this outsider, agenda in our country will be stopped by Yemeni people. And the children of Yemen, the Yemeni children who are paying now the price, one day, they will reach to a great country, to a great stability, a great peace, a great prosperity, and a great democracy. So we are doing a great work to stop this war, to stop this, outsider agenda, outsider war, outsider, how can I say it, outsider, I don't know, I forget the word in English, but it is, the war between Saudi, Emirates, and Iran, a proxy war in Yemen. So Yemeni people are stronger than those countries. Finally, I want to send a big salute to Ukrainian people who are doing all their efforts to free their countries from the occupation of Russia. We are with women, we are with children in Ukraine, and we in Yemen support them and support all the people who are, struggling and suffering and working for their freedom and democracy. We are against any kind of occupation, any kind of interfering of, from the dictators toward other countries, or any brutality from dictators inside their countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Karman. Thank you very much for your speech. So now I want to invite to the stage the Global Prize teacher of 2021, edu presenter and life changer of the year, Keisha Thorpe. She will be talking on the topic of children and future. Please, Mrs. Thorpe. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask for. Let's applause, please. We are waiting for Keisha Thorpe right now and right here.
Друзья, давайте поддержим, поаплодируем. За кулисами все слышно. Наш спикер очень...
Let's give Keisha a round of applause. She will be here shortly. She's from far away, all the way, but she's here. So let's give her a big hand. Welcome to this amazing event. Welcome, Keisha Thorpe.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I want to say what an honor it is to be here today in front of you. I would like to thank the organizers, I would like to thank the sponsors, and everyone who made Nobel Fest possible. Give them a hand. I would also like to acknowledge all of our online viewers from across the world. Thank you for tuning in and welcome. I am Kishia Thorpe, and I teach in the public school system in Prince George's County, Maryland, in the United States. Before I begin, I would like you all, anywhere that I show up becomes my classroom. So, you are my students today. So what I would like you to do is I want you to turn to your neighbor, and I want you to do it like this, and say it like this. So I'm going to model for you first. Turn to your neighbor and say, "How are you doing?" All right, let's do it again. After 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, great, thank you. So, as I continue, I also want you to feel free to, when you hear something interesting or something that connects with you, I would like you to either nod your head, snap your fingers, or give a small clap. So, we're going to try that right now. So, I'm going to say something to you, and I want you all to snap. You all look beautiful today. Ah, yes, we got it. All right, so today I'm going to talk to you about a very emotional topic that is also near and dear to my heart. But I wanted to ask you this question first. Have you ever thought about how war impacts children around the world? And I'm going to go ahead and start with my personal story. See, growing up in Jamaica, even though I live in the United States and I'm a citizen in the United States, I'm a Jamaican native. And so growing up in Jamaica, which is also a developing country, I am no stranger to how conflicts and war and violence impacts a child's education. At the time when I was in grade school and all throughout high school, it had an immense impact on my life. When I was only 3 years old, my grandmother had to leave the city with my sister and I to the more rural parts of Jamaica, because in the city where I was born, in Kingston, there was a lot of political unrest, and that happened for years. The political conflicts caused violent protests that caused our community and our home to be set on fire. So at a tender age, not only was I separated from my birth mother, but I was also separated from my friends and my community. I lost the place that I lived in and called home. We settled then, after that, in the rural area where there was less violence, but the level of poverty that existed in the rural area where we settled in itself was a barrier for anyone who would dare to dream of having a better life. We were not fighting to overcome the physical effects of violent conflicts at that time, but the consequence of a war called poverty. So as I got older, I really felt stuck in a predicament that I did not create for myself. And I had no hope for a better future, and I really felt lost. So when I got to high school, we moved back to the city, Kingston, and after many years in the rural countryside, not much had changed in Kingston. Without the ability to afford a better standard of living, and my grandmother getting older, my sister and I moved around quite a lot, and this impacted our education. We find ourselves always starting over in new communities, being excluded, being bullied, being treated less than. In high school, I remember that conflicts within my country was so bad, we were actually considered at one point the murder capital of the world. Today, even though we are one of the smaller countries, Jamaica is still ranked as having one of the highest crime rates in the world. Because of the conflicts within my country, when I graduated high school, I was part of the 30% of the school-age population that fell below the poverty line. When I had an opportunity to leave Jamaica, to have a better chance at life, I was elated. I received a track and field scholarship to a US college, and though I went to America and worked so hard to achieve my dream of a better life, this wasn't without challenges because I had a lot of other conflicts to overcome. While I was in college, just miles away from the White House and the Pentagon, while watching the Twin Towers in New York go up in flames on television, outside the window of my college dormitory, I could visibly see the Pentagon go up in smoke. This in history was called 9/11. That not only impacted millions of Americans, and many died as a result, and there were thousands of children whose schools had to be closed, but also millions of families in the Middle East who also suffered as America and Afghanistan went to war. It seemed like my life was plagued by endless wars. And as I graduated college, I became a teacher, and I decided to teach in schools that had populations of immigrants and refugees because their stories were my story. I am able to empathize with my students and connect with them because of our lived experiences. My students came to America because their families are fleeing conflicts, and for many others, they were forced out of their homes due to conflict. Today, there are 79.5 million people around the world who have been forcibly displaced, the highest figure ever recorded. About 1% of the world's population is displaced. 50% of the world's refugees are children. Developing countries host more than 85% of the world's refugees. Turkey hosts the largest number of refugees with 3.8 million people. The BBC even reported that more than 5 million people have left Ukraine for neighboring countries, while 7 million are still thought to be displaced inside Ukraine due to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Also, UNICEF estimates that more than 2.5 million of those who are displaced are children. About 16% of enrolled students and 6% of educators have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries. The NPR reported that since the Russian invasion in February of this year, over 2,000 education facilities have been damaged and 284 have been destroyed. As far back as 1994, more than 2/3 of teachers in primary and secondary school were killed or displaced as a result of the Rwanda genocide. And there are so many more wars that this session is too short for us to actually go through the history in such a short time. So, as you can see, conflicts have adverse effects on children and on education in so many different ways. Students, teachers, and families have to deal with the long-term trauma and the violence that occurs when we have wars and when there's conflict in our country and between countries. War causes destruction and damages schools and educational infrastructure and disrupts schooling and learning. When this happens, students experience interrupted education, and in most cases, those displaced never recover the learning loss, especially in developing countries. Research also found that more than half of the world's primary age school children are out of school, and are estimated to live in conflict-afflicted, fragile states. And children who grow up in poor countries have less of a likelihood of pursuing their dreams and ambitions due to experiences with violence that traumatizes them. Even UNESCO reported on how conflicts negatively impact average years of education attained and literacy rate. And those who are of school age who experience conflict, they have lower educational attainment and are less likely to continue their education after experiencing conflict. When there's a conflict, it increases students' and teachers' absenteeism. War only exacerbates inequities in our society because those from the lower socioeconomic backgrounds are less likely to recover. War is a grave violation of children's rights and children's future. I don't hear you snapping. There we go. Because they are uprooted from their homes and they're forced to live in other places where they're met with social, cultural, and linguistic barriers, socioeconomic challenges, and discrimination. No child should have to experience those issues. War should not be a rite of passage for any child. There we go. As a teacher of immigrant and refugee students, even as I speak about the effects of conflicts on children and education, I want you to ponder the fact that the physical war is not the only war the most vulnerable population is fighting against. But any disruption in a child's education can be considered a war on their future. They have to fight the war against poverty every day. They have to fight the war against social injustices and oppressive systems that violate human rights, especially women's rights and girls' education. They have to fight against unequal distribution of wealth, and the list goes on. So I want to, however, as I come to a close, end on a positive note, that even though we have war and war has become so disruptive in our international community, nevertheless, I want to acknowledge Kazakhstan for their efforts in opening up their borders to people who have been displaced by the current war crisis. I want to applaud them in understanding the importance of an educated nation and their drive towards education reform to include everyone. There you go. At the top of their priorities is supporting youth education, improving education, and teaching quality, expanding access to poor students, and improving inclusion across regions for vulnerable population groups. So I really applaud Kazakhstan for the efforts that they are making. And one of the great things that I found out as I was researching Kazakhstan's education system is that your literacy rate is so high. For a small developing country, you have a very high literacy rate, which is commendable. So today, I'm challenging all of you to really think about what I've shared with you and the responsibility you and I have to ensure that we all create a safe, prosperous, and peaceful world for all of our children. Education is a human right, and all children should have access to it without disruption. Every child needs an adult, needs a champion, an adult who will never, ever give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the very best they can possibly be. Therefore, I challenge you all today to make sure that whatever you do, we are all in this together. It takes a village, and that whatever you do today and moving forward, you are being a champion for all children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torp. It was very informative and it was also inspiring. So I'm sure that we have some question for our volunteers. Please, could you give the microphone here? There is a woman. Пожалуйста, представьтесь и ваш вопрос. Дайте микрофон. Вы можете пока взять. Да, хорошо, спасибо.
Можно на казахском? Перевод есть, да? Синхронный.
Так, я думаю, что у нашего спикера нет.
Sure. You can do it in Kazakh, in Russian, English, whatever. Well, first of all, let me say thank you so much to the organizers of Nobel Fest. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, and because I'm also a teacher, I'm from Almaty. My name is Kurbanay, and I really appreciate it. And I came here specifically for you. So I traveled 1,000 kilometers to be here to see you. And I'd like to say thank you so much for everything that you've done. And again, I'm here just to see you. So, and thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Thank you for being here today. And also, I would like to congratulate, of course, you, Keisha. And I think you are absolutely worthy of this award, because what you've done for humanity will be, basically you've immortalized yourself with everything that you've done. So I'm from Almaty, and I'm here just for you, just to see you, because I'm a huge fan, by the way. So yeah, and so I finally ticked the box, because I always dreamt of meeting you, because I'm also a teacher. So for me, meeting you as an influencer, so it's great that Kazakhstan is a peaceful country. We don't have war, but in terms of education, there's a huge gap between cities and rural areas. Very big difference in education quality, unfortunately, in Kazakhstan. People are much more educated in big cities than in rural areas. And especially for the young generation, we need teachers, we need great teachers. So what kind of advice would you part with us, especially for teachers that are operating in faraway, distant communities, rural communities? What kind of advice would you give to teachers in rural areas?
It is very challenging, especially when we think about the divide in urban and suburban neighborhoods compared to the access that students have in more rural neighborhoods, especially since the pandemic, and we see the great digital divide. Students in rural neighborhoods tend to have less access to technology, have less access to resources, and most of the time the infrastructures that they learn in are not even updated. And so teachers, I would say to you, just remember your why. Remember your purpose every time you go into a classroom. Remember this. One thing I'm going to tell you. Teachers are students' greatest resource. Teachers are students' greatest resource. Not the buildings, not the books, not anything else. You are their greatest resource. You're there to impart your wisdom, your knowledge. You're there to motivate them, to inspire them to be great. You're even there to carry their dreams when they have not yet got to the point of thinking about what they want to become, but you see that in them, and you go in every day and you plant those seeds and you water those seeds. And so let's not think about, again, the glass half empty. Think about the glass half full, and think about the fact that when students show up for you every day, they're not thinking about all the things that they lack. They show up ready for you to impart and to plant seeds in them and to water them to grow. So if they're not thinking about deficits as teachers, again, we should not, even though, yes, those things do exist, and we cannot not say that they don't exist. But think about your why, and think about the fact that every time you walk into a classroom, you're changing a life. And you're creating a leader for tomorrow. You're creating, you're also helping to pass on the legacy of education that will break barriers, and that will also end the cycle of generational poverty in families. So you are their superheroes, you are their champions. They look up to you. So I would just really want to encourage you. We know it's a struggle, we know it's hard, but keep showing up for them anyway. The government can do more, yes, in equipping you with the resources, the training, the infrastructure, and all the things that students need in order to meet their goals, and in order to continue to have hope and to dream. But again, when those are not available, we just cannot not show up for kids. We have to make sure that we show up for them every day, especially if they have the dedication, the perseverance, and the resilience to show up. Then we have to make sure that our dedication, our resilience, and our perseverance is paramount to theirs, because they're looking to us.
Thank you. One more question.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for your lecture, and I would like to ask you, as a mother of a colored child, how can I help him adapt in a mostly white society?
Woo! That's a heavy one. As a colored girl, as a young woman going to America, I think I was blinded to race conflicts. Coming out of Jamaica, of course, we don't necessarily see people in terms of color, the color of their skin, that is. In Jamaica, it's more of, the struggle for us is more socioeconomic, where we have different levels of social stratification. Going to America, it was an eye-opening experience for me, because initially, there were things that occurred that, because I was not aware of what their culture was, of the different kinds of discrimination, that I turned a blind eye to a lot of it. As I become more of a professional, or assimilate more to the culture and understand the culture a lot more, I understood what racism was. I then understood what identity was, and I understand what race wars were. Coming into America and not understanding their history, especially the history of slavery and the history of the struggles of African American, I was also lumped into what I call race wars, because as a Jamaican, I always ask myself, why do they not see me as Jamaican? Why am I lumped into the box of being African American because I'm black? And I would always say, but I'm Jamaican. I don't discriminate against people. I don't see black, and I don't see white. So why do they look at me like that? There's no I don't want you to also take this the wrong way, but I find in the US, there are different groups of Jamaican, and so I find my support through the Jamaican diaspora that is very supportive, and that allows me to continue to stay true to my own identity. But to some degree, I understood that in order to really survive in America, I had to assimilate. I had to understand that there is a glass ceiling for African Americans. There is a glass ceiling for women. And so I make it my responsibility that whatever I do to the best of my ability. They also said that because of our color, we have to work 2 times or more as hard than our counterparts in order to be successful. And with that knowledge, I work hard because I don't want to give myself an excuse to not be successful. And I also want to also prove them wrong about all of the myths that they have inside their head about Black people can't achieve and all of the stereotypes that they use to label us. So yeah, assimilating was a part of me really adapting to my environment, but also finding support in other people around me that looked like me and really understanding the culture.
Thank you. Thank you for this answer.
Hello. Hi, Ms. Gifhertor. It's really nice to meet you. You're a really strong woman person. So it's a sensitive topic, and thank you for your speech. And here's a related question to this topic. We, all of us, know about the violence at school, especially about attacks at school. So how do you think how we can prevent it? Maybe we can able to prevent it, like by psychological analysis and so on. What's your opinion about it?
Conflicts in school has been one of those big issues in America. When we think about the mass shootings that happen in our high schools and in our middle schools and even in our kindergarten schools in America, that has been really something that's hard to deal with because it also causes trauma with students. One of the things that I propose in early childhood education is social emotional learning. How are we developing the young minds of our students? How are we teaching them to get along with each other? How are we teaching them interpersonal skills? How are we teaching them to be respectful, to be tolerant of each other? And how are we also making sure that they are mentally well? How are we also making sure that character education is embedded intentionally in our curriculum? Because we want to make sure that young people understand early how to navigate the world and how to choose peace over conflict all the time, how to find different solutions to different problems. And they learn that from us. They learn that from us. A lot of the violence that happens in our neighborhoods or in our countries has a lot also to do with the right to bear arms. I know that in Kazakhstan, there is, Kazakhstan is considered a peaceful country because there's the crime rate, I've heard, is almost non-existent. And so there are other countries that could learn from countries that are creating more safer environment for students and for citizens in general. And so when we have things like Nobel Fest, it's an opportunity to come together to share those ideas that countries are utilizing to ensure that all students, or all children, or all citizens are able to prosper, and that they also have that level of security, and that students don't have to worry about going to school, and students don't have to worry about not being in safe environments and not being in safe communities, because that also impacts learning. So yeah, we all could learn something from countries that have more peaceful environments and that have more peaceful policies, and how they also deal with violence, and also how they deal with gun laws.
Thank you. The last question, please.
Большое спасибо.
Please stand up and introduce yourself. Sure, we can see you. Thank you very much. And you mentioned that war creates an amazing trauma, especially for the vulnerable ones, for the young ones. And this can then affect his whole life. This can destroy the future of a child. War does that, and it's an obvious fact. I couldn't agree more. And you also mentioned the war in Ukraine. I'm a citizen of Russia, and my heart hurts when I'm thinking about all the children that are suffering there, that have no future because they are born in Ukraine, and that seems to be the only fault. That's not their fault. They're completely innocent, but their lives are destroyed, will be destroyed because of this war. And my heart feels for them. So my question to you in this regard, are you taking any specific steps to help children that suffered from war? Or is it mostly based on research numbers? Basically, how theoretical versus how practical you are in terms of helping children that have suffered, the victims of war? Because I'm thinking, I'm Russian and I'm a teacher, I'm a trainer, I'm a professor. How can I help children that suffered in a war that is partially related to my homeland? Because it's a war between Russia and Ukraine. I'm Russian. Yeah, I can do so much for the Ukrainians. I mean, we have like more than 2 million Ukrainian refugees in Russia. I mean, from eastern Ukraine and from central part of Ukraine, we have a lot of refugees and people that are in, the ground zero of war. So of course, I want to take care of all of them, but I don't know how, maybe. So I'm thinking, what can I do for them? Maybe you can advise me something on that front. Give me a piece of advice. And also a question, because of the war that is happening between Russia and Ukraine, so many children have suffered, but also tens of millions of children have suffered because of the United States waging war. Do you ever speak about the problem of children that have suffered because of the war in Iraq, the war in whatever, where United States, I mean, in Iraq alone, they say more than 1 million civilians died. And as far as I know, more than 17 million were displaced, both internally and externally. Syria, the same, etc., etc., etc. So, I mean, countries take turns, so to say, but what can we do? And what exactly do you do in this regard in terms of practical actions? Do you ever speak about the problems of children that have suffered because of the war caused by the United States?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I did also mention earlier that the war that, of course, that's not the only war that the U.S. has been in other countries, but the war that's caused by 9/11, I did mention earlier that, yes, it had enormous impact, not just at home, but also on students and citizens and civilians and teachers and just the environment in general. It had a huge impact on other countries. One of the things that I mentioned earlier also, that I teach at a high school for immigrants and refugees. And so my responsibility for students when they enter into the US and come into our school is to, first and foremost, let them feel like they have a safe space. Let them feel like they're welcome and that they belong. My classroom have students from about 11 different countries, speaking about 23 different languages. And so a lot of times people ask me, how do you bring all of that into your classroom, and how do you cater to all of those students? A lot of those students have had interrupted education. They come with a lot of trauma. And one of the things that my school community itself has done over the years to really advance those students in terms of taking care of their well-being is they have an approach called community schools. The community schools have advocated for the government to give more funding to those schools that have students from the most vulnerable population, and some of those schools have mostly immigrants and refugees. What the community school funding does, it pays for the schools to bring in healthcare workers, school psychologists, and just overall support staff. It also takes care of wraparound services. When we say wraparound services, we know that a lot of our students, again, have interrupted education. A lot of them are behind in their education. And so that funding also helps those students to provide tutoring, to provide online access to different softwares to actually enhance their learning. And increase their language proficiency. So we do a lot in my school to make sure that our students feel welcome and that they feel like they're at home and that they feel like they're also in a safe space. We have a lot of after-school activities as well. As an individual, personal individual, one of the things that I actually did during the COVID pandemic was personally, I developed a program called Food for Change. And I also developed a program called Hope Beyond Distant Foundation. And the Hope Beyond Distant Foundation was before the Food for Change program. With the Hope Beyond Distant Foundation, I acknowledge the students who were in my class that have been displaced. And what I've done with my students was develop this foundation where all of my students, we meet, and then we talk about the different challenges in their countries. We talk about all of the other relatives and all of their friends and their communities that they have left behind. And we try to figure out how can we ignite hope in those that have been left behind. We write cards. We try to do projects, different projects to make sure. And we also try to bring them into our classroom through Skype, through Zoom. Skype was back then when the foundation started, and through Zoom, so that they can have that hope, so we can ignite that passion back into them, so that they understand that there are people out there who are also championing their cause, who are also advocating for them, and we try to motivate and inspire them to let them understand that this is not where their story ends. During the pandemic with the Food for Change program, my sister, Dr. Thorpe, who is sitting in the audience, I dragged her along with me every Saturday, every Thursday and Saturday. And I make sure that I form relationships and partnerships with local food banks, the mayor's office, and different leaders in my community, churches. And we pick up food every single Saturday and Thursday. And we drive across town and drive across multiple different districts to really hand deliver food to my immigrants and refugee students who were experiencing grave food insecurity. And so that's just one personal touch that I am taking responsibility to make sure that I'm giving back to my community and making sure that while I understand there are social injustices, I can't change the world, but I can do my own part to advance the welfare of the human race.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answers. Very inspiring, and thank you for sharing these stories. Big applause, please.
Можете поаплодировать нашей очаровательной
Thank you for
спикеру. Да,
coming.
потрясающе.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. This beautiful, amazing, charismatic Keisha Thorpe. Big round of applause. Thank you so much for that. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, so are you good? So, should we continue? In that case, give us a big hand. If you're still with us, if you want to move on. And, you know, there's an old joke, by the way, but it's actually a pretty good one. So, raise your right hand. You know this game. Raise your right hand, by the way. Yeah, it's great. Yes, you still have power, right? And you still have energy in you. Okay, now put it on the hand that is on the right, by the way. On the shoulder, on the shoulder. No, don't hug. No hugs, but just put it on the shoulder, just like that. Okay, without any extremes. See? There's plenty of energy. You still can go around.
За этот массаж.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оны адамның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айнала ма? Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан, қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Sakensi Folin Kazakh Agritechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agritechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Wesowski University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility, and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Wesowski University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the Laboratory of Robotics and Mechatronics at the Laboratory of Mathematical and 3D Modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Wesowski University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national, and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories, and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political, and cultural organizations function. Wesowski University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айналама. Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәлде болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Sakensi Folin Kazakh Agritechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agroparitech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Wesowski University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility, and double-degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Wesowski University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics, and Mechatronics at the Laboratory of Mathematical and 3D Modeling and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Azerbaijan University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Azerbaijan University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табыла ма? Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айнала ма? Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Zakensi Folin Kazakh Agritechnical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agroparitech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Azerbaijan University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Wesowski University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Wesowski University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Wesowski University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айналама. Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
The Kensington Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Awezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Awezov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the Laboratory of Robotics and Mechatronics at the Laboratory of Mathematical and 3D Modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Awezov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Awezov University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табыла ма? Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айнала ма? Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Sakensi Folin Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KT is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agroparitech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KT has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Hajiyev University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility, and double-degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Hajiyev University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Hajiyev University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national, and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories, and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political, and cultural organizations function. Hajiyev University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айналама. Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәл де болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Так, к сожалению, наш спикер не слышит нас. Можем ли мы как-то еще раз проверить?
Yeah, so can you hear us, by the way? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us.
But we cannot hear you. Could you please try to say something so we...
Mr. Pinker, maybe you're muted. Unmute yourself and say something to make sure that we can hear you. Mr. Pinker, check your microphone. Make sure that you are not muted. Yes, excellent.
Great! Finally, we can hear you too. And we are happy that everything is okay. All right, my name is Angela, and I'm a journalist. It's a great honor for me to have this moderated discussion with you. So now the floor is yours, and after we will talk.
Very, very good. It's an honor to address this audience today. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm going to say a few words about my new book called Rationality: What It Is, Why It Seems Scarce, Why It Matters. Human rationality presents a puzzle. On the one hand, our species has accomplished magnificent feats of rationality. We have walked on the moon and taken pictures of our home planet. We have explored the mysteries of the universe and of life and of the human mind. We have pushed back against the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse from the Bible. We have reduced the amount of suffering from war, from famine, from poverty, and child mortality. At the same time, a majority of Americans aged 18 to 24 think that astrology is very or sort of scientific. Large percentages believe in conspiracy theories, such as that COVID-19 vaccines are microchips that Bill Gates is trying to implant in us to keep track of us. And many people spread fake news, like Yoko Ono, I had an affair with Hillary Clinton in the 1970s. And many people believe in paranormal woo-woo, such as possession by the devil, extrasensory perception, ghosts and spirits, witches, and spiritual energy in mountains, trees, and crystals. So how do we reconcile these contradictory indicators? That's what I try to do in my book. Let's begin at the beginning. What is rationality? I define it as the use of knowledge to attain goals. And this raises the question, how can we use knowledge to attain goals? And the main part of my book, Rationality, is explaining 7 different normative models. These are models of how you ought to reason, how you should reason in order to attain goals. Each one of them identifies a common fallacy or bias in the human mind, showing how we fall short of rationality. Let me run through some of the main normative models. The most obvious one is logic, which allows us to deduce new true propositions from existing ones. And it helps us to avoid fallacies like affirming the consequent. An example, every creative genius was laughed at in his time. People laugh at my ideas, therefore I am a creative genius. Now that is a fallacy. P implies Q does not mean that Q implies P. That's the fallacy of affirming the consequent. Probability. The likelihood of an event depends on the number of occurrences as a proportion of the number of opportunities. Now, understanding that helps us avoid fallacies like the availability bias, identified by the psychologists Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, according to which we estimate likelihood subjectively, depending on how easily we can recall anecdotes or images. If we read about a shark attack in the newspaper that morning, it lodges in our brain and we think that shark attacks are highly probable. The problem with the availability fallacy is illustrated in the following cartoon called This is why people should learn statistics. The woman says, I will not fly in a plane. They aren't safe from terrorists. Hold on, I'll text you an article about it. Bayes' rule. We should give credence to a hypothesis to the extent that it's credible a priori, it's consistent with the evidence, and the evidence is uncommon across the board. This allows us to avoid fallacies like base rate neglect, where people forget about the prior probability. They just reason from a stereotype of an instance. Here's an example. A doctor tells a young mother, your child twitches, so she probably has Tourette's syndrome. Well, this upset the mother until she herself did the statistics intuitively. She thought in terms of Bayes' theorem. The many children have twitches, but the base rate in the population of Tourette's syndrome is very, very low. So just because a child twitches does not mean that she has Tourette's syndrome. The theory of rational choice or expected utility. A rational actor chooses the option with the greatest expected utility, that is the probability times the payoff. That helps us avoid fallacies like paying extra money when you buy an appliance for an extended warranty. If you thought about how much the extended warranty costs, often 1/3 of the price of the product, what is the chance that the product will break? And how much would it cost just to replace it if it broke? It would not be clear that you would take out a life insurance policy on your toaster. More consequentially, if we thought about how much of value we place on our own life compared to how much value we place on the convenience of checking our texts a few minutes early while crossing the street or while driving, then I think fewer people would look at their smartphones while they were engaged in other activities. Theory of signal detection. A fallible observer cannot know whether an observation is real, signal, or bogus noise, and must set a decision cutoff that trades off misses and false alarms according to their costs. This helps us avoid fallacies like the following: we should deal with misconduct by making it easier to convict people who are accused. Well, that will result in more guilty people being punished, and it will also result in more innocent people being punished unless you increase your ability to distinguish the guilty from the innocent, the signal from the noise. Finally, there's the theory of games, or game theory, how to make rational choices when the payoffs depend on someone else's rational choices, which helps us avoid fallacies like we can avoid climate change if we just convince everyone that it's in their own interests to conserve, because no one wants to live in a warmer world. The problem is that it is not in any individual's interest to conserve. If you conserve, then you will suffer all of the consequences of doing without fossil fuels, but you yourself will not save the planet. It's only if everyone conserves at the same time that it will make a difference in terms of the climate. Finally, the theory of causal inference. To distinguish causation from correlation, one must manipulate the putative cause, holding all else constant. This helps us avoid fallacies like failing to rule out confounds, illustrated in a joke that my grandfather used to tell about a man who gorged himself on a heavy beef and bean stew that he had together with a cup of tea. Then he lay moaning in bed, complaining that the tea made him sick. Well, this is a simple illustration of failing to rule out a confound. It raises the question, do people follow normative models of rationality, which is a way of asking the question, are people rational? Let me give you an example from logic. Every card has a number on one side and a letter on the other. Now, I want you to consider the following rule. If a card has a D on one side, then it has a 3 on the other, okay? Now, which of the following cards do you have to turn over to determine whether the rule is true or false? There's a D, there's an F, there's a 3, there's a 7. Okay, think about it. Well, this experiment has been done many, many times, and the results are always the same. Most people say D and 3 or just D. The correct answer is D and 7. Why? Well, think about it. Everyone knows you have to turn over the D card, because if you turned it over and there wasn't a 3, then the rule would be false. So that's correct. Everyone knows you don't have to turn over the F card, because the rule doesn't say anything about the Fs. A lot of people think you have to turn over the 3 card, but then when you think about it, that's irrelevant. The rule says if D, then 3, not if 3, then D. That thinking that you have to turn over the 3 card is an example of the fallacy of affirming the consequent. But you do have to turn over the 7 card, because if you turned it over and there was a D on the other side, that would show that the rule is false. The common explanation is that people are subject to confirmation bias. That is, we're very good at trying to prove a belief is true. We're not so good at figuring out what it would take to disprove it. That is, people seek evidence that confirms their hypotheses, not that disconfirms them. Let me give you another example. This is from How to Use Bayes' theorem. The probability that a woman has breast cancer is 1%. If a woman does have breast cancer, the probability that she tests positive is 90%. That's the sensitivity of the test. If a woman does not have breast cancer, the probability that she nevertheless tests positive is 9%. That's the false positive rate. A woman tests positive, what is the chance that she actually has breast cancer? Well, think about that for a second. Most people, including most doctors, when they are given this problem, say 80 to 90%. The correct answer is 9%. What's happening here is people are neglecting the base rate. If only 1/10 of 1% of women have the disease, if only 1% of women have the disease in the first place, a low base rate, then most of the positives are going to be false positives, but people tend to neglect the base rate and base their judgment on stereotypes. What do these fallacies show? Well, one interpretation can be from Mr. Spock of the original Star Trek: humans are irrational. But not so fast. Here's a twist on the logic problem. Consider this rule. If a bar patron is drinking beer, he must be over 21. You are a bouncer in a bar and you have to enforce the rule. Who do you check? There's a guy drinking beer. Do you have to check his ID card to find out how old he is? There's a guy drinking Coke. Do you have to check his ID to find out how old he is? There's a guy who's over 21. Do you have to look into his cup to see what he's drinking? And then there's a guy who is under 21. Do you have to look into his cup to see what he's drinking? Well, this time, everyone knows that you have to check the age of the person drinking beer. You've got to check the beverage of the person under 21. But this is identical to the card selection task. If D, then 3. And this time, everyone acts like a perfectly logical logician. It's called the content effect. People are illogical with abstract symbols like P and Q and H and D, but they can be logical with meaningful content, such as obligations and precautions. Let me give you a twist on the probability problem. 10 in every 1,000 women have breast cancer. Of these 10 women, 9 will test positive. Of the 990 women who don't have breast cancer, about 89 will nonetheless test positive. A woman tests positive, what is the chance that she actually has breast cancer? Well, this time people could think, okay, 98 test positive in all, 9 have cancer, 9 out of 98, about 9%. Now, 80% of the doctors are correct. Even a majority of 10-year-olds get it right. But all we've done is we have changed the format of the problem from probabilities, from a number between 0 and 1, to frequencies, proportion of a larger set. What it suggests is that people care about the difference between natural frequencies on the one hand and single event probabilities on the other. That is, the probability that that woman has cancer. But when you think about it, it's a strange concept. Either she has cancer or she doesn't. And people have a lot of trouble assigning a number to that, but they're perfectly fine at thinking about frequencies. So a better conclusion about human rationality is that people use ecological rationality in the sense of rationality in the natural human environment. They can reason about content relevant to their lives, mixed with their subject matter knowledge. They can estimate probabilities as they encounter sequences of events in their lives. What people have more trouble with is formal rationality. That is, They have trouble with rules and formulas that are framed in abstract symbols like X and Y and P and Q that they're very powerful because they apply to any content. You can plug any value in and you don't have to be familiar with the subject matter, but that's something that we have to learn in school and consciously deploy. Well, it raised the question, how can we be more rational? To start with, I think the tools of formal rationality should become second nature. They should be taught in school. Things like probability and logic and correlation and causation and Bayes' rule. In English, we often say that schooling is reading, writing, and arithmetic. Well, it should also be rationality. But also the norms of rationality should be promoted. Everyone should know about the common fallacies of human reasoning, the availability bias, the my side bias, that is, we all favor an opinion that makes our side look good, our religion, our political party, our nation. Arguing ad hominem, that is trying to attack the person instead of the argument. Everyone should know about these and try to avoid them. The ideal that you should base your beliefs on evidence and you should change your mind when the evidence changes, this should be seen as a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness. And perhaps most important, institutions with their rationality promoting rules must be safeguarded. In a community of people that are allowed to evaluate and criticize ideas, one person, even though everyone has a bias, but one person can notice another person's biases. That can make us collectively more rational than any of us is individually. I'll give you an example. Remember the card selection task, if D, then 3? Well, as I said, when people solve the problem by themselves, only about 1 in 10 get it right. But when people work in groups, about 7 out of 10 groups get it right. All it takes is for one person to note the correct answer, and then they almost always convince the other people in the group. What do I mean by rationality promoting institutions? Well, examples are science, where we have empirical testing and peer review. Democratic government with its checks and balances, so that if there is a dictator who is the president or prime minister, there's a legislator and a court system that can put a check on their powers and make sure they don't lead their country into disaster. Journalism with its demands for editing and fact-checking. Judicial system with adversarial proceedings. There's a prosecuting lawyer, there's a defense lawyer. Academia with the ideal of freedom of inquiry and open debate. Even Wikipedia, which is surprisingly accurate, which has the editors can correct each other's work and they all agree that they should strive to be objective and neutral. You can compare this with social media like Twitter and Facebook, where there are no such safeguards and there's an awful lot of irrationality. It means that the credibility and objectivity of these institutions must be safeguarded. Experts should be prepared to show their work, that is to explain why they are recommending what they're recommending instead of just dictating a rule. Fallibility should be acknowledged. No one knows everything. Our beliefs should change as evidence change. And they should be careful not to politicize institutions to make them sound like they are a mouthpiece of the left wing or the right wing. If they do, they will alienate people who are on the right or the left. Finally, why rationality matters. Rationality matters to our lives. People who follow the normative models of rationality and avoid the common fallacies like the availability bias and base rate neglect, on average, they get into fewer accidents, they have fewer mishaps, they have better financial outcomes and health outcomes and employment outcomes. They're more likely to hold a job and to stay healthy. And they're less likely to be swindled by medical or psychic charlatans or con artists or dishonest operators. But also, rationality drives progress. I mentioned at the beginning of the talk that we have made progress against poverty and disease and war. This is a case I made in my earlier book, Enlightenment Now, the case for reason, science, humanism, and progress, where I showed that longevity, peace, prosperity, safety, and quality of life have all increased over time. This leads to the question people sometimes ask me, do you believe in progress? Well, not really. I don't believe that the universe has any force that lifts us ever upward. That doesn't make any sense. If anything, the universe tries to grind us down. The only reason we have enjoyed progress is that we apply our rationality to the problem of making people better off, giving them longer, healthier, happier lives. If we remember the inventions, the policies that work, if we try not to repeat our mistakes, then those gradual improvements over time are what we call progress. And that is why not only does rationality drive progress, it's the only thing that can drive progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pinker. Thank you for this, all of this information, and we are very excited about your new book. So we have some questions. One of the first of it, do you believe that we have unlimited brain skills? And what's your opinion about? When I'm listening your presentation, I'm pretty sure you have no limits of your brain and your productivity. But what do you think about humans at all?
Oh, well, none of us has unlimited brain power. That's the point of institutions like science and universities and journalism and democracy. They are designed to make us collectively, all together, to give us more brain power than any one of us has individually. None of us is a genius. None of us has the ability to figure anything out by ourselves.
What of your books would you recommend to the people, to the audience of age between 20 and 30 years?
Well, I would start off with Rationality, because and I write my books so that they can be read by people of all ages. I try to explain technical concepts as clearly as I can. So Rationality is about what makes us smart, both individually and collectively. I also have a book called How the Mind Works. If you're interested in language, I have a book called The Language Instinct on everything you always wanted to know about language. And my book, The Better Angels of Our Nature, discusses the history of violence. Why is there war? Why is there peace? Why are there genocides? Why is there murder? Why is there rape? And how have we been able to bring the rates of violence down? So I would recommend all of those.
That's why I should ask this question. What is your secret? What is the secret of your productivity?
Well, I do read a lot, and I'm fortunate to be a professor at a university where they encourage research and scholarship and writing. And there are times in the year, like the summer and in between the fall semester and the spring semester, where I have time to write. But I also, every few years, they give me time off. That is time when I don't have to be in the classroom, a sabbatical, when I can spend time writing books.
Thank you. Dr. Pinker, as we know, you have this popular book named Sense of Style. So what does it mean to have a sense of style, in your opinion?
Yes. So this is my book on how to write clearly, because a lot of writing is terrible, especially by university professors, but also by government agents and bureaucrats and businessmen. Often you read something, you have no idea what they're talking about. So I wrote a guide on how to write clearly. And one of the main tips is really psychological, which is that we all are victims of what I call the curse of knowledge. Namely, when you know something, it's very hard to imagine what it's like for everyone else who doesn't know it. You think that your knowledge is possessed by everyone. And so people, bureaucrats and academics, they use jargon, they use abbreviations, they use abstractions. They don't explain what they can see with their own eyes because it's so obvious to them, but it may not be obvious to anyone else. That's one of the reasons why you should always show your writing to someone else ask them to understand it, you're often surprised that what's obvious to you is not obvious to anyone else.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really, it's very important. It's the part of my job, and I'm happy we share this opinion here. What should younger generation learn? What would you have advised yourself in the past?
Oh, well, if I look back at my younger self, I would say take more math courses, because when you're older, it's very easy to pick up a book and educate yourself about almost anything but math, because there you really have to do the problems and the homework and get graded. So for people in university, I would say take a lot of math. That's what is hard to learn when you're out of university. But also just to read broadly, don't read just in one subject. If you're a psychology major, don't just read psychology. If you're a history major, don't just read history. Try to read in a variety of fields. That would be the other piece of advice.
Thank you. I have one more personal question for you. Are you an optimist or no? And second part of this question, how do you see, what is your mission?
I'm not so much an optimist. People often call me an optimist because I have shown all of those graphs showing poverty going down and murder going down. I consider that just to be knowing certain facts that you don't tend to see if you just read the newspapers, because journalism is a non-random sample of the worst things happening on Earth at any given time. It doesn't show the trends over time. You have to look at data to know the trends. I look at data and they're often surprisingly positive, but it doesn't mean that I just see the glass as half full and try to see the positive things. It's just being accurate, trying to know what has actually happened in the world as a whole over the years, over the decades, over the centuries. And what do I try to do? I try to expose people to new ideas, to new ways of explaining the world around us, new ways of understanding history, of understanding education, most of all, understanding ourselves. I think nothing is more fascinating than the human mind, and my biggest goal is to try to help people understand how the human mind works.
Dr. Pinker, it was an honor for me to have this talk with you, and this speech was really long awaited for me and for the audience. So your books and speech is a true inspiration for us. So we hope to see you here in Astana in the future, maybe for the next Nobel Fest. So thank you very much, and good luck with your books and with your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we're done for today, as a matter of fact. Unfortunately, we basically run out of time, as we have it. Oh, he's gone. Unfortunately, he's gone. I actually had questions for social networks, but unfortunately he's gone, so there's nothing we can do about it. And I couldn't give you the floor, so I'm sorry for that. But we have the day's over, the day's done. But I'm sure that Mr. Pinker will basically be part of the Nobel Prize Winners Week that is going to happen November 30th. So thank you very much, and thank you for being part of this show, and we're gonna have another day, the last final day tomorrow, so I'll see you around. Thank you. Come back tomorrow.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер, қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілеміз жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айналама. Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәлде болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан, қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Sakensi Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputy